Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Baldur's Gate.
So, when last we left off, we were in the middle of this dungeon, and some hobgoblins had wandered into us to murder themselves. By which I mean I murdered them. And now we are going to continue casting the heals, doing all that jazz. What are you? Jalakarais. Let's see. Do you have a heal? Yes, you have 2. Alright, so Flurry is back up to full HP. And we are basically going to do what? Are you still invisible? She's still invisible. Fine. Okay, so this is a single guard. So we're just going to move around and basically just go into these rooms one by one, murdering... Whoop. Are you sure I'm not supposed to be here? I think I am supposed to be here. That's interesting. So, did those guys hear the fight or something? Where did they come from?
What is needed? What's the story?
It just wanders away.
Yes.
This is super interesting. I love the patrols, actually. So, if I were to go in there... yeah, it's a pretty early stream for me. I woke up at 2, so... Since I woke up at 2, I might as well stream early. Okay, so this is not great. Okay, it's attacking Silria. That's good, at least. Okay, we can now use a hold person. Do we want to use this? Just in case. Done. These things are interesting. They're not swapping targets the way that I would expect them to. Alright, so pull back. Alright, so unfortunately we took some damage there. Yeah, it's 4:17 a.m. now, but I'm sure you said that a minute ago. Yes, so it's 4:16, exactly what you said. I have timestamps now. It's glorious. Okay. So, I'm going to just leave that one in there. So we've got at least 2 now. They are melees. Done. So the nice thing about melees is that melees will stack up so that you can hit them with whole person. And Viconia just leveled up. So we got another... we got another thinger. We already gave her 2-handed weapon style, so we might as well give her a pip with quarterstaves. Alright, so this thing was trapped in here, and we're going to dive it now. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. Am I going to... Let's command it. Okay, let's fail to command it. There we go. Okay, so Chivalry is in a bit rough shape here, unfortunately. We do still have... See, we're not doing as much damage because one of our primary damage dealers is actually not in the fight at this point. So what do we want to do? Do I want to... I'm just going to pop in here and...
Fine and dandy. It is in my hands.
Oh, shit. That. I'm going to cast another hold person on you. Alright. I love how you can hold them in mid, like, animation and they just sort of stand there. It's glorious. Jeez. That damage output is so crazy. Okay. So, we have dealt with 3 patrols here. Now, unfortunately, she does do quite a lot of damage, and losing her damage is unfortunate. But that is okay. We have... He doesn't have that much AC. I think we're going to give him the Ring of Princes. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. It's not really perfect at all. Shit. Did not actually help me that much. Okay, so we're going to try to get the hold person off on this one. Meanwhile... Oh, that's a fail. Oh, boy. That's a problem. Shit. No. I'm gonna blind you. Okay, that one's blinded, and the other 2 can just get torn up by Severia. Now, we do have to worry about the other 2 coming from behind, obviously. So I don't know where the other 2 went. Okay, I'm gonna have him going first. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Are you sure? Okay, so in here I don't see any creatures. So what we need to do now... Ooh, Potion of Mirrored Eyes, I like that. Depending on certain things that happen, that might be the one exception to the consumables rule. I mean, unless you count, like, learning spells from scrolls as using a consumable, which you know, I could see people arguing that point, but that's not the direction I'm ever going with that stuff. So let's see. So sleep, shocking grasp. There we go. Is that a shiny? Yes, it is. Where's that? Okay. So, unfortunately, we do not have regen, so we're not sort of just regenning up while we're waiting on this. Though that would be so nice. Oh, man. Oh. I have a third casting of this now. That's good. That's very good. Alright, so we're now going to pop over here. I unfortunately do still need to unlock everything. What am I gonna do here? Who has this? Okay. So unfortunately we're gonna be having to come back through with our rogue again, just to unlock everything. Because it seems like unlocking stuff reveals you now. I think it probably always did, and I just didn't remember it. Let's see. So she's just going to be an intermediary, and there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Disarming traps doesn't, but picking locks does. Let's see here. Right. It seems a little weird and arbitrary what reveals you from invisibility. I'm curious what like the rules are in second edition proper, because it feels weird that you would be able to disarm a trap, but you would not be able to like open a container or something like that. That seems like a very strange combination. Do I want to just beat her in the back of the head? No, I really don't actually. Could cast blind. You just spam blind on her. Alright, that's what I'm gonna do, I think. So we're gonna take off your armor, and I think we're. Nah, we don't need it. So you can cast. Ooh, you can cast silence. Okay, so let's cast the silence first and see if that does the job. Oh, so she's silenced. I did not. Can I equip this now? Yes, because there's no one in combat with us directly, so we can change our armor still. Wait, my mother was a minor before him. That's not the typical way that that expression goes. It'd be his mother was a minor before him, but there we go. I mean, it's still grammatically correct. It's just not really directly what you would expect from that expression. Ooh, old person, another mirror image spell. There we go. What area need? Okay, so one more of those down. Lisa's encumbered. Okay, don't need this quarterstaff probably. Slap this on her. Dispel magic. Important spell, but it's not a huge deal if I don't do it successfully at this point. Sleep is an incredibly important spell that is very useful, and I will totally be able to actually use it in this run. That is definitely a thing. Who had the... Alright. So, let's move on. So did we get into there? Yes, we did. So we cleared this room. We still have that room to clear. We have this room to clear. Unfortunately, I don't think... Oh, he is here. So... I'm standing directly on top of this creature that's invisible, but I suspect that, I guess it's not hostile yet, so I don't think that I would be able to detect its illusion. I don't have invisibility purge. It would be very convenient to be able to remove the invisibility before I engage, but it's fine. Alright. We can fight back. Take your best shot. Hello. Hit me with your best shot. Oh, you aren't... Well, that's the problem. Ogre Mage is unconscious. Okay, the hold person isn't gonna work on an ogre, you dang noob. Okay, let's see here. Oh, he has Dispel Magic. Shit. I'm actually gonna cast a Doom on him. Wait, seriously? No! Run away! Run away from Spirit! No! No, no! That was glorious. Oh man, you know... He managed to finish casting his spell through being literally knocked unconscious and then beaten repeatedly over the head with a sword, and he's still got his spell off. That is the power of Legacy of Baal. Because obviously, if not for Legacy of Baal, he would have died during the command, obviously. So... so we're going to try this again. And let's see here. So we're going to cast a double command, because that will improve the chances of us actually getting this command off. We're going to cast a blind. He's unconscious. He's blinded. So that's interesting. So the last time... Wait. So he clearly is casting spells off of a script of some sort, because he's casting on people that are outside of his visual radius. That's really weird. Because he's blind. So blind doesn't work on him for some reason? Like, presumably the AC penalty and the hit penalty are there, but he's still able to just shoot people. That's weird and odd. Oh, whoops, that's not character.
What is needed?
You're 6. Okay, we need everybody to just start beating on it. Including you. Why not? So spell failed. That's good. So the first spell was a failure. Hopefully we can get one of these to work. No, but it actually did manage to... So we did not actually take the remove fear spell because reasons, which means that we're going to have some problems here. Oh! Well, it's a good thing that I had Surya decide to attack, so... We might still just die here from the fear, because the fear is going to launch us into random rooms. You have an enchanted katana. Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, I can't close the door. It would be nice to close the door. Okay, so we've got a room here. We've been there. We've cleared this. We probably might maybe have some in here. We don't need any reason to kill you. Okay. Oh shit, that's not good. You're not supposed to ignore the tank. I guess I could cast blind. Could cast whole person, but... Oh wait, he actually has decent AC, so we should actually have him. Chop, chop, chop. Kensai power! Okay, so we can now... she just does so much damage. Makes me very happy. I was a little concerned with bringing Kensai in the party. I wasn't sure if it was really going to pay for itself. But the sheer volume of damage she's able to output really is worth it. It makes the tanks able to actually do their job. Because they don't have to do it for an infinite period of time. They just have to do it for long enough. I need... Sure, why not? By the knife of Baal. He's dead, you idiot. Now die. That's weird. Did they change this? Wasn't this a shrine to Baal in the original? I think this tapestry looks different now. So we're actually going to go this way. And good. Looks like we don't really have much going on over here. We're going to go ahead and use mirror image again. We're going to use mirror image again. That's not. So it looks like all of the hobgoblins that were in this room are like we're just wandering. So it wasn't really patrols exactly. It was just wandering from this room. All right. So do we want to save this? Oh, well, that's unfortunate. We want to see the Master of the Mind. Oh, well, that's too bad for him, isn't it? Let's see. Do I have another old person? I do! Okay. Get out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, that pack is dealt with. Do we have an invis? Yes, we do. So since we do have an invis, I'm actually going to have her do a bit of meandering. Oh, did I miss a... Yes, no, I did not. Okay. That's weird. Huh. I didn't remember that this was a secret passage. Alright. It's a lot of traps. Okay, so I guess we'll just dive you. Should be fine, right? I mean, absolutely no guarantee of that. There's a crit too. Okay, so basically, if this thing rolls a natural 20, I'm dead. It might even hit on less than that, but it's fine. Okay, so... Is it just deal my riches? Let's see. So this is interesting. He responded as if I was visible. But he doesn't actually have vision on me. I don't remember if there's other things around here. Yeah, no. This is the... Okay. I was wrong, don't mind me. So protection from normal missiles is already worn off. And let's see here. What do I want to do? So, what I could do, and I think this is what I'm going to do, is Severia has free action. I'm going to layer 3 web spells on top of this guy once his mirror images wear off, and then just burn him down with the inside. I think I might be able to do it before he's able to do anything. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand here. Oh, illusion dispel! I forgot that she can dispel illusions while she's over here. Perfect. That makes my life much easier. And we're just gonna pop over here.
It is in my hands.
And it's a lot of successful saves. Are you? Oh, she managed to get out of it. Wow, that is amazing.
You know, with a good scrubbing and some bright new tapestries, this place wouldn't be so bad.
Alright, well, get Rex scrubbed. That isn't going to work at all.
Fine ending.
What am I going to do about this? You didn't get hit by that once. You know what I could do? And this is going to be a funny way to try this, but we might as well. I am going to... I'm not going to have her come back for this, but I am going to cast haste on everyone else.
What is
Do you have anything to cast? Nothing that you need to immediately. So we're going to cast a haste. We'll cast Protection from Evil first. We're going to cast a haste. And now what's going to happen is we're going to put this on. And we're going to dive. Yes, for a dimension door.
What's the story?
Wow. Wow. That chain, like, that went so fucking far. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Alright, so we're just gonna wait until we dispel this first. Once we've dispelled that, we now need to think... Oh, when we reloaded the game, it automatically applied his spell protections again. I think that's what happened there. So, he's immune to normal missiles, which doesn't really matter. What else do we want to do? I could try to do the web layer strat again. Just strat. So I guess we might as well start layering these down. Since we have the spells. I'm actually really surprised that he managed to save against that many instances of web. Because that's a lot of web instances. So that's looking like it's not going to happen. Weirdly enough, I'm noticing that I'm not seeing anything below a certain value here. Like, this range is actually very narrow. This looks like more like a D10 than a D20. So, that's curious. That's very curious. I'm wondering if maybe he's failing saving throws that I'm not seeing. And I should just strike it. So we blinded. We blinded Daviorn. What do we want to do now? Now that he's blind, we have the ability to potentially range him down. I guess I should doom him first. And since he is wandering around, I'm gonna either need to crowd control him, like with a hard CC. Silly me. So what did he summon? He summoned an ogre. So he's trying to beat Severia to death? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain. Okay. I don't know what was going on there, but okay. Woot! We now have access to Baldur's Gate, and we have actually have a. So the Helmed Horrors didn't spawn. I think the Helmed Horrors are one of those traps. Oh, you know what I should do? Oh, this is Shield. I should probably teach Shield to somebody. Okay, that's fine. So this is Robe of Evil Archmagi. It's not usable by anyone who isn't evil. Do I have... I have an Evil Archmagi. So we're going to go ahead and equip this. That'll give her a nice AC bonus. Also gives her a bonus to her saving throws and her magic resistance, which is very convenient. And let's see here. We got a +1 katana here. What do we want to do with this other stuff? So she can learn protection from evil, because that's super important for a cleric mage to learn as a mage spell. And you... This is AC 6, so that's actually quite good. So this is the equivalent of the shield spell at all times. And... I don't know what happened with his AI. He just kind of broke down. Like you would have expected that he would still keep casting his spells, but he didn't keep casting his spells. Let's see. He just went over like a sack of bricks. I am very curious about that though, because he seemed perfectly. Because web is save versus spell, right? Save versus spell. Blind is also save versus spell, right? Pretty sure it's save versus spell as well. So there might be some shenanigans with webs, like off-screen webs on some of these characters. So we can now say, "Oh right, you're visible again." Okay. Oh Jesus, the ogre's still here. Hi, friend. How long is the duration on some monster summoning? This is a berserker as well. I actually should have her be the one who's moving this thing. There we go. Okay, so... what do I want to toss? Can I put this in the scroll case? I'm actually going to put this... where'd they use? The scroll case. I'm going to put both of them in Silria's inventory for now. And most books cannot be put into a scroll case, but some of the books actually do fit into a scroll case, so I'm just checking. Though they might have fixed that in EE, actually. They might have fixed that at some point. Let's see here. I say in EE as if the scroll case existed in the original game. It was in Baldur's Gate 2. Let's see. I think it was in Baldur's Gate 2. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just the bag of holding. I think it might have just been the bag of holding. Now I think about it. I'm having her go around doing this. You know what? It should be... these should be in her inventory. There we go. Get this out of there. Oh, giant humanoids. I think that includes... thingers, probably. I can't hold all these suits of armor simultaneously. So she cannot actually carry her alternate set there. Okay, so unfortunately, she kind of has to carry those because I don't have... Actually, I don't need 2 subliminals. I only need the 1. Okay, we're just going to try to consolidate stuff out of her inventory. So Kondar is going to go on her. It is a bastard sword, not a long sword, but that's okay. Nobody's perfect. Let's see. I'd like to have that gemstone thing. Crushing. This is interesting. So I might actually not need the thing there. Think about it. Okay, so what else do we need to do? She has 1 AC? It's actually not too bad. I mean, it's completely useless in on this setting, but because everything's Thaco is so good, but it's not as bad as I would have expected. Alright, so all this stuff we can consolidate, and we can consolidate it on the inventory of the person who's taking it. So, detect illusions. Alright, well, that's too bad. I will be reloading for important spells, but I'm not going to be reloading for unimportant spells. Ourselves a wand of fear. Let's see here.
You look troubled.
What are you need?
What's the story? What?
Okay. Can't imagine why we're surrounding this guy. You killed Davion. Oh, don't kill me. So you don't know anything about that. Okay, well. Okay, so this guy, of course, is, you know, he says, "Oh, I'm just an apprentice. I don't have anything to do with anything," but he's... Oh, come on. This is some bullshit. Come on. Seriously, do I seriously have to, you know, cheese this shit just to kill a character that obviously needs to die? This is some bullshit. Okay, well, fine. He just manages to disappear. Some apprentice. I guess it makes some degree of sense because his master did seem to be very good at teleportation. That's horseshit, though. Alright, so I don't like the fact that the game often will have people disappear via script when they clearly have no way of getting away from you. Let's see. You can't even use, like, hold person and stuff like that because they don't turn hostile. What do I want to do about... This mustard jelly is a problem. And I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle it, because I don't think I have any... Yeah, I don't have any mirror images left. So, all I can really do is I can cast haste and then dive. Oh, they're both immune to that. Well, that was silly of me. Well. Okay, we're gonna have you cast this. So this is going to be using a bludgeoning attack at some point, I think. I think bludgeoning is its melee attack. He needs to get here. Shit. Alright, so... It's just gonna come down to whether I can kill this thing before that happens. But I was right, it's a crushing attack. Let's see, do I want to take... I don't think that's good enough. Do we have a... We don't really have another spell. We can't blind it. We can't really cast any of these spells to help us. Really the only thing that we could do is figure out a way to kill it faster. Or rest. I guess we could hypothetically have her. So both of them have free action. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to swap her to this weapon instead, because it doesn't really make much sense to
What's the story?
You need only ask.
You look troubled.
people keep getting stuck in these corners.
What is it? Need me?
It's go time, that's what it is.
Okay. Do I not have a ring of protection? I do. Oh, I thought that said -6 for a second. I was confused.
What's the story?
Jeez, that's such fast movement. I guess we can have them attack as well. Come on! Kill the fire! Kill the fire! Yes! Okay, so Mustard Jelly is dead, and we are all set. Some Melfs. Is that a knock or a shadow door? This is probably knock, right? Yeah. Okay, knock is not terribly useful, but we'll give it to Zoria. Melfs is not terribly useful. Melfs is a good spell. It's just not the kind of spell that is terribly useful on Legacy of Ball mode. So protection from undead, protection from fire. Protection from undead scroll is pretty nice. I think that SCS reworked protection from undead to only make you immune to undead physical attacks or something though, so like it doesn't protect you from them casting spells on you. Something like that. Did I get a key off of Davian's corpse? I did not get a key, I don't think. So we need... Oh, we already talked to Rill, though. Okay. So we did have the key. For whatever reason, this cutscene isn't showing properly.
By our lack of progress.
So now... What is my rep? 17. Okay, so one more rep will make her leave. So now that it's... Now there's chapter 5. We're going to have to drop him from the party so that we can pick up Dorn. I don't know why it takes so long to travel through the Cloakwood. It's a big area. There's going to be a trap here, but I think we can still... There's not a trap here. There's going to be a trap here, though. GG. Okay. Random encounters for the lose. There we go. Alright, so we made it to the friendly Armin. We're going to take a quick nap here. Severia with the fast movement. Jeez. Calm down, Severia. Calm down. So, Dorn is here. That's good. So, picking up Dorn, we'll drop our reputation by a little bit. We can then do his quest. Once we've done his quest, we can drop him. We can pick up Rasad, do Rasad's quest, then pick up Nira and do her quest, I guess. Let me see, actually. I'm going to go into a full heal setup. And we're going to stay here for 2 rests. Because I think with all of our level 1 spells set to Cure Light Wounds, we should have enough healing. Yeah, we should be fine. And we might not, but I think we do. I love that. So we gained slow poison. We're going to go ahead and... Do we want to just... No, we're just going to spend an extra bit of rest. There we go. Look at that. We are all set. I'm actually wondering whether we want to transition our commands out in favor of heals. Oh shit, I didn't notice that she had an extra spell slot. We give her protection from evil, 10-foot radius. She has another one of these. We have a lot of hold person spells, and hold person is very, very valuable. Let's see here, 3rd level. So the Constitution isn't going to make any difference. She only has 10. She's not sitting on a huge amount of stats, unfortunately. It would have been a good idea to give her less intelligence. Obviously, she has way too much intelligence No. Oh, sorry. She's also a mage, so never mind. We do need the intelligence. You know what? Fine. Her stats are fine. It's all fine. I guess my allocation makes sense. Obviously, the charisma is useless, but that's beside the point. I guess we can sell the gems. How much money do we have? We actually don't have that much money, surprisingly enough. Like, you would think that we would have a ton of money by this point, but you don't really make money that quick in this game. You can make money very quick if you sell certain things, but there's no guarantee that you're just going to be awash with money. We have... I don't think +1 versus missiles is going to ever be useful. It's travelers, right? Yeah. Okay, a letter there. Diamond, Boonbar Gem, Lyril's Tier Necklace. Da-da-da-da-dum, There we go. Alright, so we've got 17,000 gil. Let's see what we want to do with you. We're going to take your full plate away, because you don't need to have full plate. You don't need to have this. I'm going to leave your +1 Warhammer. We might come back to you eventually. We probably won't, but we might. And I'll take my necklace back. I'm not going to leave him with any of this crap in his inventory. Perfect. So... bust some heads, will ya? I will. Okay, Dorn. Do you have two-handed weapon style? You do. You actually have more points than you need. What else do we want to put points into? We're probably not going to be using any other types of weapons, but I guess he could probably put some points into longbow. He should have... yeah, he has over 18 strength. He's got... a +1 two-handed sword, and he's got splint mail. Let's go ahead and fix that. So if we give him the gauntlets of dexterity, and we give him the full plate armor, is -3 armor class. He only has 50 hit points? His constitution is not very good. I did not realize how low his constitution was. He has less HP than Viconia right now. I guess she's level 8. Alright, so Dorn is going to eventually catch up. But he probably won't catch up by the time that we're done with him, so... the time has come now to go just do Dorn's side quest. So once we've done Dorn's side quest, we can kick him out of the party. Kicking him and Viconia out of the party, actually, because Viconia is about to reach the point where she's going to leave on her own. And I guess we can RP it as she's now got a sufficiently good reputation in the area that she feels like she can leave without, being murdered. I guess. I will show you justice. So Ace to the mines. Charmed, I'm sure. She's not a leader of men. Alright, so this is presumably the area I'm looking for. We have not actually explored this area yet. Wait, what? Where did these guys come from?
What is needed?
What? Are they on Dorn? Looks like they're on Dorn. But they will swap if given sufficient reason to. Oh, you know what? Do I want to? No, I don't want to cast Hold Undead. Dorn has okay AC. And I think we should, even though we're doing like half damage to these things, I think we should be okay. We have a ton of healing right now. And Dorn is tired, so... Are you a tired boy? Unfortunately, I just realized that we're going to need to have Nira in the party for a long time before we can actually trigger her, Okay. So who granted you this? Okay then. I made a deal and agreed to certain conditions. Let's see. Do we want to take it? Sure, what's that? Okay. Okay. Another man who watches an evil... Blood of Death. There's another man who watches an evil man. They always end with your death or mine. It's so strange that I should meet you, the focus of these dreams. You must be very special. Tell me about yourself. Perhaps I can help you. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with number 3. Why not? When you do battle against the 6 who serve your father's killer, read this scroll and it will protect you from their wrath. Interesting. Where's the protection scroll? Is it protection for magic scroll? Ho ho ho! Anti-magic shell. Get wrecked. The 6 who serve your master's killer. It's interesting, like some of the stuff that I'm not sure what that's referencing. It could be referencing a few different things. I'm guessing it's probably referencing the villain's posse in this game. But it could also be referencing something that happens much, much later. Because a lot of the stuff that happens in Baldur's Gate 2 is actually foreshadowed in Baldur's Gate 1. but it's they hadn't finished writing 2 yet, so some of it's not quite right. Where? Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted to say. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. I hit 4 instead of 3. I'm. Oh, hello.
Someone had to take the role to divert suspicion from the Metropolis, and Simeon chose you. Besides, you obviously escaped. There's no need for revenge. It's beneath you, Gordon. Don't be silly.
You left me to die in Luskin. There will be no forgiveness. Stand and die, Trill.
Once again, you fail to realize what's happening around you, Gordon. Rise up, my children. Rise up and feast upon the living.
Okay, that surprise round was some horse shit. She got 2 actions in the surprise round. That's not how the game works. Fail. Go ahead and try to blind this personage. Oh good, she's blind. Alright, so we have a bunch of zombies here, or sorry, a bunch of skeletons here. We don't have any DPS. Because we have one character who can do DPS. And Door's dead. Okay, well, that sucked. That was just me not realizing. I didn't hear a noise indicating that there was damage coming in, so I didn't respond effectively. Okay. I don't think we'll have too much difficulty as long as we're actually in position. He like just teleports over here. Wait, why is... So I'm gonna move her down. Okay, well, that's GG. But yeah, is that supposed to be like a contingency or something? Like, what the fuck is going on with that? So, web goes off. Oh nice, she got held. Oops, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I thought that she had, fire. Jesus Christ. 48 damage? Alright, so the skeletons are easy to deal with because I can just hit them with the web and the web will, like, deal with them automatically. The key is we need a couple of things. First thing, we need to equip this again. I'd taken it off. But we need to have that on.
What's the story?
So I don't know why that does not appear to have actually affected me, but whatever. Try to cast the blind on you. What the fuck? Okay. So that's a thing that happened. She just got insta-gibbed again. I don't like this surprise round thing. It's such horseshit. Because she's getting 2 attacks. She's casting 2 spells in the surprise round. She's casting a spell to summon these zombies, and she's casting horror before the actual like fight starts, and that's just horseshit. I'm sorry, but no, you should not get multiple attacks before I get to go. When obviously she's an evil necromancer that needs to be, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like we're not expecting a fight here.
I listen.
It's like, oh my goodness, you took me completely by surprise here. No. None of this is a surprise. Okay, well, whatever. Just layer up the webs.
There's fatigue cobwebbed my senses.
So these all died from a script. This one did not for some reason. So, bye, Daryl.
I can see your soul writhe in the abyss. Of all my betrayers, you are the one whose pain pleases me.
I would assume you speak metaphorically, Dora.
Not with my heart. But I do have challenges to fulfill. Enough of this. Let us search the body.
I actually really like Dorn. Like, as a character, it's very interesting to see just like an unrepentantly evil character who's just got really interesting and cool powers, right? It's a trap. That's the reason he's more than ready for you. It's not my revenge.
I would not have expected you to turn down a challenge. Until now, you have proven me.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with fighting this guy. I'm just saying, you know, it's gonna be a trap. So be ready for a trap. Doesn't mean that we don't go to him. Doesn't mean we don't go find him. It just means we know we got a trap to deal with. Let's see. And this is the wrong character. Save versus spell, +2. We're gonna go ahead and dump that on her. And I'm not gonna bother finishing exploring this area yet. Maybe I'll come back to it later, but for now I'm gonna just wander on. I don't think there's anything else of interest in this area. I think it's pretty empty area. And I want to get the Dorn stuff done. So he's waiting outside the entrance to Baldur's Gate. So we're going to pop to here. Perhaps I shall reward you with the rest of my tale. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. I'm gonna assume that he's talking directly to Severia, and Severia would have no worries about being betrayed because anyone who crosses Severia dies. So no one crosses me and lives. So, let's see. Who do you think I need to keep an eye on? So you were suspicious of everyone. I don't really like any of these options, actually. I mean, for some characters I could see it, but I think that in addition to I am your friend, I think that there needs to be, you know, an option that's not necessarily quite as, like, you know, Saturday morning cartoon, but is still, like, because number 2 I really don't like, because, like, trusting someone who is not your friend is a really bad idea, right? The trust is earned, and if someone earns your trust, then they've probably also earned your friendship. You can trust someone to behave the way that you expect them to behave, but that's not really what they're talking about here. And obviously, you know, number 3 is, like, super on the other side. So, like, I think predominantly here, I just don't like number 2. I think that number 2 would need to be a different, you know, option, because of the fact that it's really naive in many ways to think that, you know, I don't. Friendship comes before trust, not the other way around. Sure, I'm your friend. I'm your friend as long as you don't try to, you know, cross me, Dorn. If you cross me, you die. If you don't cross me, we're fine. Interesting. Severia is a character who is, you know, she is absolutely neutral evil, okay? Like, this is a villain character. But she's also very, very, like, loyal and rewards loyalty, right? And it's not, you know, I don't think that evil has to be an Ouroboros. I think that there is such a thing as effective evil, and if there wasn't such a thing as effective evil, then you wouldn't have all of the evil in the world, because all the evil would get wiped out, right? And let's see here. Where is... Oh, he's on the other side of the bridge, I think. I think he's on the other side of this bridge. So we're going to talk to our dear friend Simeon, or whatever he is. Point of origin?
Citizen, please step forward.
Yep. Oh, you're paying quite a commotion here. Sure. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so he basically wants us to investigate some merchants who are, you know, behaving in unprofitable ways. Hey, buddy.
The others pointed to you, hoping I would show them mercy. Will you also obey? Unlike the others, I know just what a bribery means. The diviners must be Kingsman's.
Okay, so we've got a couple of thralls of Azateth. Azateth? We got a couple of demons. We're going to go ahead and cast Protection from Evil. And they are summoned. So they actually should be unable to touch me, but I guarantee you that they're not actually going to be counted as summoned, even though they are clearly summoned. Oh, wow. This one's blinded. Okay. So Chant and the other thing are both active. The blind one is dealt with. Come on. Where are you going? Where do you think you... No! Viconia! Bad Viconia. Nope. Well. Okay. So, now is the time where things start to get dangerous because I've got the super speed on. The super speed is going to be a bit troublesome for me. So we're going to go ahead and cast Protection from Evil first, I guess. So that's fine. And you know what? We're actually going to just try to deal with this in the most sensible way possible. We're going to take this off. And I'm actually going to see if I can just brute force this boss down completely. No, we don't need that. We do need this. So she is going to equip this. Alright, and now we go here. Alright. Well, I can't actually move my camera. Oh, there's two spellcasters in the back. Huh. I did not notice that. Okay, so I'm going to actually have her dive... Is that Sheila? Okay, we're going to have her dive Sheila. She's going to go over here. Dorn is going to dive Sheila. Viconia is going to cast Silence. Viconia is not going to cast Silence. Viconia is going to cast Chant. And she will cast Hold Person on the Cleric. Okay, the Cleric's held. This is Sylria. Sylria's fine. Can we blind the... Okay, Sheila's blinded. So failed there. I should probably put Remove Fear on my bar. Just a thought. Why am I not able to cast anything? Oh. They're silenced. Okay, so these two are silenced. Are you silenced? You're not silenced. Okay, Simeon is blinded. So he and the mage are both basically out of the fight. So they're moving so far up. Just running around. She moved past him so fast. That this is so funny. Well, you know, haste wore off. So unfortunately, I don't have, because there's no way these are humanoids, right? These have to be demons. Ooh, Elven Chain. Silence is still active, so... Oh, jeez. That's trouble. Okay, so... And I know that that's overhealing, but it doesn't matter. We're too injured to not. So you have... These guys are quite tanky. So that's very bad. I think we're going to have to blind everybody one by one. The hope here is that we don't get hit by 2 crits in a row. Because if we get hit by 2 crits in a row, we're just dead. Oh, they're still deaf. They can't do anything because they're all silenced still. So I think that we're just gonna die here because we're not gonna be able to punch through their AC quickly enough. With the silence, we don't have the ability to blind them to cripple their AC. I guess we could try a command, but we don't actually have it, so never mind. If I could cast... She can't cast anything, so... Nope. Okay, so these things are going to be a nightmare. They're very, very tanky. And even just hitting on natural 20s, they are going to be doing a lot of work. That being said, if I can start dealing damage to them before the... Oh, whoops, I'm an idiot. I'm just ruining that. I don't know why I thought that I had taken this off. Alright, so... First of all, do I have any first level spells that I have not cast? Or that I have cast, rather. I do not, unfortunately. Because, yeah, we need to get Remove Fear. Remove Fear is one of the standard buff spells that you should always just have, and I don't have it because I'm a dope. Let's see here. In Baldur's Gate 1 in particular, horror is cast, like, every 12 seconds. Like, everything uses horror. Unfortunately, she had the thing up, but that's fine. Alright. Okay. So, we are going to have you stand right here. Everybody else is actually going to dive over here. do not have what I want here, so we're just going to go with this. She needs to have this active. Okay then. So that was fast. Okay, we need to... that one. Give her the staff. I'm gonna save. That way... Alright, let's try this again and hopefully not get instantaneously crit into oblivion. I got basically crit through my mirror image. Let's see here. Alright, Severia's been feared, so we're just gonna reload. Okay. Oh. Alright, let's do this. What do I want to do here? Do I want to... I have everybody over here except Severia, or Silveria. Oh no, I can't. Because everybody just automatically is punched into this one tiny location. I could cast a silence. She's casting Horror on Dorn. Oh shit. So Dorn used Aura of Despair. She's going to cast Defensive Harmony. There we go. So it looks like everyone just got silenced. Basically. She is not silenced, so... Alright, so she's CC'd. We're gonna have Suri beat the shit out of her first. She cannot cast. So it looks like it's gonna be up to Silria to do all of the work. God, that's so much damage. Ugh. Oh, whoops. I'm not actually set up properly. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're actually just going to start pulling them like one by one if we can. Horror on Silria. We move her here. Is she wearing her armor? Yes. So he's held. That's bad. Okay, we're gonna try to get this done. There we go. So we got the blind off of the first thrall. Gonna cast Hold Person on the priest. If I can get blind on the thrall. Okay, the thrall's blinded. Perfect. So, for whatever reason, Severia is not doing what I would expect. She's going to dive here. We're going to cast Hold Person on you. Okay, so this one's held. Dorn is still getting hit with Thinger. I'm gonna have him use Absorb Health. Fucking kidding me? Alright, so he's not gonna use Absorb Health because he's a sad panda. And I should have waited for the next tick to hit. So he is... Oh, shit.
It is in my hands.
Fucking... God damn it. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just... we are gonna cast Haste. And now we're gonna cast this. Cast this. We're gonna equip this. I'm gonna move you here. So Horror is being cast on Dorn. Everyone else is gonna go this way. Dorn is gonna go this way. Okay, so the goal right now is to peel these things off while holding Simeon. Was that a silence 15-foot radius? Because I think that was a silence 15-foot radius, and silence 15-foot radius I don't think can be cast that way. If you cast it on a target, I think it doesn't follow the target. It's just targeted on the location where the target was standing. Could be wrong, though. I don't think so, though. So that's magic resistance. Time to wake up. Just pull her to the priest. Pull her back. Alright, so you need to cast a CC on the priest. And Zorn is dead. God damn it. This is rough. This is a rough fight. It wouldn't be that bad if not for the fact that, like, the DM is totally railroading you into walking straight into the trap. Like, it's established that it's a trap, right? It's established that the characters know that it's a trap as well. It's not just that it's a trap. We already know that all of my characters know it's a trap. And yet all of my characters are walking straight into the trap. In, like, the worst possible formation they could possibly do it, you know? Like, that's not... That's not reasonable. Oh, good. So this one's blinded already. Okay, so she's going to cast a hold person on this one. On this one meaning, of course, Simeon himself. Alright. So all y'all are diving Simeon. You can cast blind on this one, and so can you. So this one's blinded as well. You guys need to go here. And spellcasters, time to get your shit on. Alright, so this one's held. Simeon's held. We're basically just going to be diving... the two spellcasters. Once we've done that, nope, we are going to turn off the AI. And... so Dorn and her should both be able to easily start beating on this thing. Is this a girdle of slashing? Is this close enough that I could hit? Nope. What the fuck? That was not correct. I think the fact that she's hasted is causing problems for me. There we go. Okay, so she should be able to burn that thing down fast. Whew. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is a very weird place to actually be having this fight, by the way, considering that we're like inches away from this bridge. Oh, I didn't actually have my bard song on that whole time. Yes. Okay. So what happened to Simeon? Let's get this ship rolling. Severian Dorn for life. Nope. So one of the things that I'm finding is an issue here is that with me hasted, I actually the number of like sort of ticks, so to speak, for determining like placement are different. Oh. Yeah, we should be able to take out the Thrall here before its blind wears off. Suri is a reasonably high damage character, so... And presumably Dorn should be able to hit pretty hard. He's got 19 strength. So we now have access to Baldur's Gate, and that's an important thing because that means that we have access now to the Strength Tome. And the Strength Tome is going to make a huge difference. Because she does not have a good modifier here. She's got 1847. Getting her up to 19 is game-changing. Show them how it's done. I suspected that she could go in and one-shot it. She probably could, like, just jump in and get some good work done there. Are you encumbered? Yes. So we have another +1 plate armor. We also should probably have access to Thinger now.
It is in my hands.
So he's going to need to be healed. Right. So he's alive.
Tis done. I can carry no more.
Perfect. So we got some spells. We got another quest complete. Minor Globe of Invulnerability is kind of cool. We are not going to give it to her, though. I think we're going to give it to her. And Minor Globe is probably too important to allow to fail, so we're just going to reload. Let's see. So she's the only one who's going to get level 5 spells anytime soon, so... She's the one who does it. We have a Bastard Sword here. So Alberin +1. Is this a sword that gives immunity? I only see poison showing up here once. That implies to me that it does not actually give immunity to poison damage. So... Because there's the status effect, and then there is the damage type. So let's see. Oh, I forgot that this was here. Let's see here. What else are we doing? So we can now enter Baldur's Gate proper. Walk, 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 walk. If we want. Do we want to do that? I could get rid of some of these ink eggs, turn one of them into ink egg plate, or just sell them all. We have finished Dorn's side quest. We've gotten the bastard sword that I don't think it's going to do what I need it to do, which is make me immune to the damage of that dragon. If it does, great, but it's almost certainly not going to. Either way, that will be useful as an offhand weapon under certain circumstances. As for what we're going to do now... we could go to Baragost and get this done. I think we're going to go to Baragost first. I think we're going to die. Yep. Yep, that's a death. Getting waylaid by enemies, since you don't have the ability to, control things, is just going to make you sad. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to save this, and we are going to pop down here. I don't think we're going to have any trouble with this. Of course! I shall always defend you from the vicious magic bandits. Nope. Away with you, you pompous creep. We'll sort this out once we find him. This guy has like the best voice actor. I really approve wholeheartedly. He sounds so like Wheatley lackey. Alright, well. I guess we could cast Hold Person on the other people. Wow, this is a lot easier when you're level 7 instead of level 1. Ding! Alright, so what will you do now? Sounds great. The way that she delivered that particular line reminded me of Abby Howard, actually. She's an artist that was on a reality game show that Penny Arcade came out with called Strip Search, which was basically like trying to find, the next big like comic strip. Okay. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, so she is going to need to be dumped as well because she's going to be dropping the party the second I get another reputation increase. So we're going to need to drop her at the very least. Let's see. Stinking Cloud. So she doesn't have web. She does have hold person, which is useful. She has melts minute meteors, which is actually reasonably useful. Let's see. Oops. Mirror image. She does have Stinking Cloud. I guess I'll just have her take Stinking Clouds. Actually, you know what I'm going to have her do? I'm going to have her take Invisibility, and then I'm going to swap the Invisibility off of the other person. So she's going to have... She doesn't have a lot of good options for first level spells, if we're being honest. She does have Nahals. And Nahals could be fun, just to, you know, have a good time, but we probably want to wait on that at the very least. Identify magic. We're just gonna take magic missiles, I guess. She's no bard, but she can make some use of them at any rate. Okay, so now we need to figure out who we're gonna take as our next party member. I guess we're going to probably... Let's take Rasad. Let's do that. We'll take Rasad along. We'll pop... Sorry, stomach started causing problems for me. We're going to go pick up Rasad. Drop Viconia. So that we can do his quest. I guess that means that we should probably get, at the very least, the quest items out of her inventory, and probably just take everything. So these +1 arrows. +2 bullets. We're going to go ahead and swap those out to Dira, because she doesn't have a sling, so we don't have to worry about her wasting them. Nestor's dagger. If we can find Nestor, we can give him his dagger back. We will let her keep the +1 hammer. I think. Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. The two of them would have an interesting time. But unfortunately, I actually have to remove you, Viconia, because you just... So when I drop her from the party, she then becomes unable to be brought back in. We do have the Golden Girdle of Ernst now, so we have the slashing protection. We've got... You can use daggers, right? And let's see. His Thaco's 13. Oh, Rasad, buddy. This is... suboptimal, friend. Suboptimal. Let's see here. What are we going to do? I guess we're just going to wander off now. So we can now start exploring Baldur's Gate. Because that makes sense. And we've made it to Baldur's Gate.
All this traveling, all this adventure, how do you manage it? And now I was barely able to keep my head above water.
It's easy peasy. Ah! knocked over my stick. Okay. I'm pushing the darkness back. Let's see. We share our face our shared dangers.
There's obviously that. I just meant that ordinary things are easy. I'm not constantly worried where my next meal is coming from, or whether a kobold will sneak up and cut my throat as I sleep.
Suboptimal.
Yes, rocks for a pillow, eating clay, all that and more. My fortune seems to have come in waves. Fabulous, high forest. That's me. Born and raised there. At least until my mistakes piled up high enough to come crashing down on me. You know, this and that. I was never a very good student of magic, and part of that could be attributed to never studying. I ended up plugging a few spells, and here I am.
It would appear you glossed over some of the fire.
Completely accidental, and everybody lived. Well, at least I'm pretty sure everybody lived.
These people crossed you, didn't they?
Oh, accidents happen.
I don't know how to get someone to open up. Why, yes, let me just share intimate details about my past. You kept me right at ease.
I have that effect on people. I know many things about many people, specifically for that reason.
During our magical training, we were supposed to summon a sphere of fire. And mine got away from me somehow. One moment I was concentrating, the next moment my classmates were rolling on the floor screaming.
Sure.
Of course I can blame myself. Accident or not, I should have been more careful. I could have taken responsibility or at least fetched a bucket of water. Instead, I ran away, terrified of what I'd done.
You didn't even try to help. Afterward, I ran into the woods. Could have barely faced my consequences. I snuck back in the village now and then for food and once to leave a note for my parents, but eventually I had to leave.
Wandering high forest, I kept running into the wrong people and doing the wrong thing. Eventually, Turline retreated, grabbed me and said, "We don't hike." Maybe not in those words exactly.
And so you left on your own.
And so I left High Forest. I've been wandering for a while now. I've got a few ideas for a destination, but I'm still considering it.
Oh, Jesus. I was thinking, okay, I can continue because it'll continue the voice line. I usually don't interrupt voice lines as a rule. People been around for a while probably know. But it's like, oh my god, it's a recital all of a sudden. Everyone wants to talk to me. I understand why. It's just funny. So, why'd you come to Nashville? Log off. So who's that? Think of the money I could have saved on torches and lamp oil. Sounds like things turned out alright. And before that point, she showered me. Everybody wants to talk to me. Hey, good to see you. Oh, well, citizens of the Sword Coast eventually passed through Baldur's Gate, and I knew you would so well. Forgive my continued meddling, but I believe it is warranted, especially considering the precedents thou art no doubt confronting. My pestering of thee certainly pales in comparison to the influence thou hast felt from others, including thine own self. Gorion raised thee as best he could, but 'tis hard indeed to overcome what is bred in the bone. Much more so in this case, I would imagine. Okay? So what do you know about Gorion? He was a long friend, and we talked often. Though less after he settled down with thee. He was quite the traveller in his day, though he never regretted his new role as foster father. He felt a stable childhood would be able to prepare thee for, well, the problems that would eventually come. He cared deeply for thee, I hope that this was not lost on you. He's a good guy. He's good peeps. I was not suggesting that thou should do otherwise. Whatever the motives, independence is always a wise course to follow. My worry is that thy lineage is harder to escape than most. Thou hast bad blood in thee. Though Gorion did teach what he could to teach you well and true, thou hast hungry blood within thee as well, and that will not let thee go without a fight, for better or worse, what's bred in the bone will be dealt with in time. I trust thou hast the will to face what is within thee. Sure. Sure. I'm sure the future will be kind to thee. For now I will give you my best wishes and a few names that will serve you well. Scar of the Flaming Fist is a good man and well worth trusting. His superior, Duke Elton, is also a good sort. Both are to be believed when they speak. I take my leave and wish thee well. Okay, so.
Casting spells isn't as easy as I make it look.
Isn't it though?
I'm tired.
Look, everyone in the party can cast spells. We all know what's going on here.
I should rest now. I need sleep.
Oh, we've done so much today. Maybe it's time to rest.
Excuse me. Let's see. How do we want to handle this? So we could go to Lucky Alos. I don't actually remember where the Strength Tome is. I have actually forgotten. Which is unfortunate. I love how it just is like Thieves Guild's entrance. What you doing in this place? What the hell are you talking about? You're in the wrong place, pal. I get out while you're still able. I'm not able to step at a bunch of well-armed adventurers, but you guys any trouble in the guild, don't be expected to walk out in one piece. You're at the end of the rope, I'll wager. Okay then. Oh, actually, it was already on the right person. Manual of Quickness of Action. Dexterity +1 permanently. Yay, dexterity! Alright, so Severia has 19 dex now. That doesn't necessarily help us that much. But it will help us a little bit when she gets certain abilities. Alright, so that's that done. We still have... do we want to go to Sorcerer's Sundries? Yes, we do. Of course we do. So this is the Thresher +2, just a +2. Nothing interesting about it. We have an Arrow of Slaying here. A lot of potions. A lot of scrolls. So we have Ghost Armor. Do we have Stone Skin? Stone Skin is not available as an option. So what do we want for fourth level spells right now? Oh, I did not actually take my fourth level spells when I got access to them. I'm going to actually have to go AFK for just a second, so I'll be right back, folks. Sorry.
We should rest now. I need sleep.
Oh, we've done so much today. Maybe it's time for
I
a
must
quick nap.
rest, lest fatigue cobweb my senses.
My training did not prepare me for such extended activity.
Casting spells isn't as easy as I make it look. I'm tired.
Just realized I forgot to pause when I did that. Oopsies. Okay, so I have Rotund, Triumphant, and now we can see what do we want to do. What do we want to do? So, any other spells that I want to pick up? Clairvoyance is kind of cool. Non-detection is pretty nice. Hold Undead. I don't actually... I don't see a lot that I really need here. I guess I need web. Did I see web here? There's web on the list. I need blindness because she needs to buy blindness. And we have web, so she needs web. So once she has web and blindness... Ooh, I could buy haste. I don't think I need to buy it, though. And minor glow and vulnerability is pretty good. We have chaos available. Secret word is pretty decent. Greater Malison is level 4. We're definitely going to pick that up for her. I'm going to pick up 2 copies of it. And we're going to pick up a couple of copies of Spirit Armor, I guess. Alright, so... I actually have enough copies. We don't have 4th, right? So she will get access to 4th level spells in a very short time. She has access to 1 Spirit Armor. She will have access to Spirit Armor as well. Spirit Armor lasts for 2 hours. So, if I'm able to give Spirit Armor to Severia, then she's going to turn into a rather terrifying tank very suddenly. So, we're going to go ahead and learn this. And how many copies of this were there? Are there more copies of Greater Malison? If I could just give Greater Malison to literally everyone, that would be... Yes, let's do that. Okay. Anything else that I want? So we'll get another copy of Greater Malison. So, one thing that we could do if we wanted, and I think we might want to do this because it'll be funny, is we're going to give her just Nahals, and we're going to give her Chaos Shield. Because I think it'll be fun. And let's see here. We need to pick up some level 5 spells, preferably. Because the key is that you can cast anything in your spell book with Nahals. And if you're casting a spell that it targets another person, a spell targeting someone else is... like, well, specifically targeting enemies, is a much less dangerous proposition than one that targets yourself. Because a lot of the effects that are bad, that you could potentially have happen, are... on the target. So, wow. Well played, Nira. Well played. Okay, so fine then. I won't I won't do that. I guess I could just keep buying shit. Could just keep, you know, or keep buying more of those. There's no reason not to pick up, like, I don't know, like 5 of these scrolls and just put them on everybody. Let's see. She does not have this spell. She does not have this spell. I guess we really just have no reason not to just pick up every spell. This is going to cost 3,000. It's cost 4,000 to pick up. So I guess we do have a reason not to pick up every spell, which is that it actually costs quite a bit of money. I'm going to give Sunfire to her. Contagion. Okay, so what else do we need? Should probably get web for her. Should definitely get things like this. Let's sell the Wand of Frost. I don't need that. Don't need the Wand of Fear. Don't need the Traveler's Robe. So I'll sell those. We will sell those books. Rainbow Necklace. Valerine's Plate +1 is something that we can sell both copies of, I think. That's going to be worth quite a lot as well, which is nice. And let's see, we can sell the Wyvern Heads for 500. Yahoo. Okay. Do we have the ability to buy things? Yes. Do we want to? So minor global invulnerability. Do we want to keep picking up spells here? I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I've completed more of the game. I'm going to be picking up more spells over time, just naturally. And I'm trying to remember where I get the strength book. Oh, I remember where I get the strength book now. Okay. Okay. Speak your mind. What's the score, little friend? Okay, so what is it? Oh my god, it's so long. I'll see whether we want to steal this later or not. Morning. Let's see. Bartender. Nope. Up we go. Steer to Mac. Okay, so these people Oh, so that's interesting. Hey, there's a merchant here. Let's see what you got to offer. You're in kind of a weird place, friend. The one gift lost. Okay, I don't need that. Protection, shield amulet. Protector +1. So this is a +1 necklace. And I think I'm actually just gonna buy it. Because +1 necklaces are reasonably uncommon, and having the ability to choose whether I want someone to be equipping a ring or a necklace is a powerful thing. So where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Come on. Okay, let's. And I return. So, away with you, man. At some point, I'm going to stop dropping that on my head. Hypothetically. So, this disables spellcasting, right? It does not disable spellcasting. Cool. Very cool. Okay, so she's got an extra 1 AC. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So Valorian's plate dropped there. Oh. All my stuff is... Oh, he doesn't want to buy it anyway. You want some VC? So that person doesn't actually have anything either. So I guess we can just go over here. Alright, there we go. So we made another 5 grand. And I don't think I'm gonna buy anything else for now. Hello there. Whew. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna go not to the north. We're going to explore our way north. We're going to explore south. Do I want to... I think I'm going to take a nap. And see if that triggers any new stuff with these folks. That is a no, but at least we're rested now. And now we can head over here and get this Shop of Silence. Hmm. So, what do we want to do now? Guess we can go to the Bladed Stars. Maple Willow Aspen. I was actually thinking about your name. You have problems? How do you think I feel, huh? Severia, what were they thinking, huh? What? Perhaps you should relax a little? Goodbye. No. I just want to see. I now want to see what happens if I ask her about trees. Eep. Oh my god, she just exploded. Okay, so she ceased to exist when I asked her about trees. Okay, we're gonna just reload. Poor girl. Alright, so. Portraits 1 through 3 are from Icewind Dale. Portrait 4 might also be from Icewind Dale, I'm not sure. Portrait 4 is a custom portrait that I have. I don't know whether it's an actual custom portrait that I picked up at some point, or if it's from a different game. Let's see. And number 5 is Nira, who's a new character in Enhanced Edition, and number 6 is Rasad, who is also a new character from Enhanced Edition. So, and yeah, Minsk is the one with the purple marking on his face. Yes. Not yet. Not yet, I says. You asked if I lived here my whole life. I says, not yet. Such a delight. Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. I was like, where's the boat? So we're going to pop onto the boat. This boat will be very useful for us. Assuming I can figure out where the entrance is. There it is. Lobar. For Lobar. Let's see. How are we doing here? Where's the door down? Huh. It's weird. Where's the staircase down? There it is. God. It's so tiny when you zoom out the camera. Okay. When you make it tiny, it's so tiny. What the hell? Oh, jeez. Get away. Nope. So what's this entropy crap you're talking about? I am Desretta. She is Vaya. We are one with the void. We know life has no meaning. Let us show you entropic pleasure. It will be a delight. It will delight you with its icy touch. Oh yes, yes. Show it to us. No need to go to the bedroom. We can show you here. Not many agree to go to the great void. They're afraid. But what is there to be afraid of? Life is hollow. Better to end it soon than endure the pain. You know, you're so right. You're so right. So let's go ahead and have you. In fact, you're so right that we're actually going to have you do that, because we're very pleased with you for having exposed us to this idea that's totally right. And Rasad is pwned because, of course, it's like Rasad is not an appropriate person to be trying to tank these things. Alright, so let's see. We're going to just pop over here. Alright, boop, 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 boop. It's so funny because it's like, you know, entropy. Yeah, that couldn't possibly be anything bad. Entropy sounds sexy. Oh, Jesus Christ. She just hit me on an 8? What the fuck? What is that shit? Wow, I wonder what her THAC0 is. Holy shit. So she's got a slashing weapon. So we, like, are legit gonna have to cast Mirror Image. And we need to get her CC'd before she actually gets any attacks out, or we're just gonna die. So we need Blur, honestly. We need Blur plus Mirror Image if possible, but we don't have Blur available. I guess we can cast Defensive Harmony. We can. She should definitely be evil, right? Like, there's no way these people aren't evil. Okay. Nope, too close. I need you to stay here. Yep, there we go. So now we're going to cast this on her. Oh, Jesus, look at that damage. Them deeps. Alright, we're going to cast another Hold Person. We can't cast Hold Person with her, so we're not going to. Instead, we're going to cast a... We can't cast a Blind, so... You have Hold Person as well. We're basically going to try to cast as many Hold Persons as possible to try to tag her with the AoE. Oh, he's confused. Severia's dead. Alright. Ooh, okay, this is a little rough. We could just pull them one by one. It's not as fun. Alright, so... So the hope here is that he gets this nuke off. We want to get some blinds off. So this one's held. You heal yourself. There. Nope, not there. I think we're gonna try to pull them separately, maybe. I guess I could try just hiding and going and backstabbing her. These enemies just have so much. The spellcasters are just terrifying. Do we want? I don't think that there's not really a lot of options that I have for dealing with the spellcaster right now, because I don't have minor global invulnerability memorized. So without Minor Globe memorized, I'm pretty limited. But what I can do is, and I'm gonna just do this, I'm gonna basically pull her first. And Jesus. So what was that? Was a 19. So 40 damage. Oh my god. I feel like I'm fighting Dritz. This legitimately feels like fighting Dritz. Because her accuracy is so out of control. What is she casting? What are you casting? So you cast a blind. I don't know what she's casting. Whatever she's casting, it's the wrong thing. Because she's casting it on herself. Okay, Desretta is held. No. Nope. Okay, Mira, don't stab yourself. So you heal yourself, and then we need to figure out how we're going to handle the damage that's about to come out at us. So we need you to identify this. So this is strength set to 18, and she can, I guess, use it if she wants. That would be kind of silly, though. She has Legacy of the Masters, so she doesn't want to equip this, probably. We could give it to Rasad. That'll increase his damage by 5. He has 2 attacks per round. I'm gonna try to just hide and backstab her friend over here. She rolled a 3. That's the story. I could hypothetically use invisibility to cancel their spells, her spells. If the spells are slower to cast than invises. I think I'm going to try it. That's a yes. So we canceled that first spell. We can't cast anything on her directly. Spell failed. So she did not get off her, god tier destruction spell. She does still have Melfs, but Melfs is something that can actually be dealt with. She has fear as well, apparently. There's no way we're gonna survive now. Like, those dots are gonna just obliterate me. If I had Minor Globe memorized, she'd be very easy to deal with. As it is, I'm actually going to unequip this because I don't need it, technically. And we're just going to walk forward and cast blind. Seriously? Oh, it's Shadow Door. Alright. I think we're just going to have to wait for the Shadow Door to wear off. But yeah, if we have a couple of castings of Spirit Armor, we can have our Kensai just run around as our primary tank for a while. Since we don't have Stone Skin. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. I don't need to wait this out. Oh, so Shadow Door's already worn off. That's surprising. Well, either that or I dispelled it without realizing it. Alright, so we can now cast Hold Person on her. Well, she hit Severia with that, so get wrecked. Guess I should have probably done something with her rather than just have her walk straight up there. Let's see. But so one thing that we could do, even if we wanted, do we have Invis? Yes, we do. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I cast it on herself. I'm an idiot. So I cast it on herself, which means that she's not going to be able to do what I wanted. Okay, that's a problem. Go ahead and cast it with a blind now and keep casting Hold Person. Blinded. And couldn't see the target, so she just botched her spell. So, Nira, stop rolling natural 20s. Just, they're not useful for you. So there we go. Hello, Iago. I'm gonna see what happens if I just steal from this guy. I'll wait for the courtesan to walk away. Alright, so alright, so that is considered a crime for some reason. This also doesn't necessarily seem like the kind of place that would care. But that's fine. Guess we'll deal with Iago later. It's really tempting to just kill him. You know what? I think that we need to kill him at some point, so we're gonna kill him. Good job, people. Way to be. So I wonder if this is gonna give us a reputation penalty. Nope. Alright. I was just kind of curious. One of the things that you can do, honestly, that I think is just kind of a funny consequence of the alignment system is, you know, just cast Detect Evil, and if a wizard pings as evil, just blow him up. Call it a day. I mean, maybe occasionally you'll get someone who is pinging as evil for unrelated reasons, but you gotta, for the most part, it works fine. It's fine. How did Basilisk get in that warehouse? Let's see. So we have anybody with protection from petrification? Yes, we do. At some point, this thing is going to switch to melee. And that's going to make me sad. Alright, it's blinded now. So since it's blinded, she can stand near it and sing. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, this is the first Basilisk that we've actually killed on this run, so... Because we didn't actually go to the Basilisk Garden this time. I guess we don't need to steal anything from the Basilisk. So how close are you to leveling? Pretty close. She's so close. She's so close to capping out. Oh yes. Okay. Norley's Gauntlets. Is there a dimensional portal in the city? I'm actually curious about that. I wonder how that pans out in D&D, in like the Forgotten Realms setting. What is in the New World? So this whole place is shaped differently than I remember it being shaped. Maybe not. And this might be what I'm thinking of. It's not. Huh. I do not actually remember where this is, so... Fun. Okay. Oh, they're right here. I thought that they were in a barrel, so... I also thought that they were in that general location, so I was confused, because there's no barrels over there right now. So this is +1 Thaco. Those aren't really worth keeping around. Then no hand to the masters, that's for sure. What? Infravision potions are nowhere near as good as the gauntlets that I gave her, but the gauntlets, we don't really have anybody to use them, so who cares? So Joplin's Tavern is here. Let's see, where are we gonna go now? We could go straight north. Could go west. Gotten another quest done. Let's see here. What do we want to do? So close. So she's very close to capping out. And I guess we'll go here. Do we want to investigate the Seven Sons? He's been missing since everything went strange. Since the other merchants changed faces when they thought I wasn't looking. Guess you heard me, right? They changed faces, some sort of shapeshifters isn't infiltrated the Seven Sons. If I were you, I'd get out of here while there's still time. That's what I'm planning to do. Okay. Oh, hi, friend. How's it going? Nice 20 right off the bat. So I guess we'll find out how... I don't think doppelgangers count as people either. They pretend to be people, but I don't think they're humanoids. Okay, so these guys are focus firing her. Okay. And we have leveled up Kalisa to level 10. She now gets access to 4th level wizard spells, which means that she can pick up spirit armor. We could also pick up Greater Malison if we want, and she should probably pick up Greater Malison. We don't need too many castings of this, and Greater Malison is very useful. Greater Malison will give us a much, much easier time getting some of the higher durability or higher level enemies hit with our spells rather than have them just make their saving throws. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I don't see any other doppelgangers here. So I think we've dealt with all the doppelgangers. You'll get naught from me this day, not a cry of pain nor the knowledge of my noggin. Get away from me, shapeshifter scum. Okay. I'm Jasso, a friend of his in the Order of the Seven Sons. You have to help me get out of here. Okay. Can you tell us what's going on? Those creatures, the shapeshifters, started infiltrating the Seven Sons some months ago. They must have started with some of the less important members of the Coster. Eventually they captured me and their leader took my face. They've been keeping me alive in order to gain information that they need through torture. I don't know what their purpose is, but they've been running my business very poorly. All of you will be well rewarded for rescuing me. When you meet Scar again, he'll give you my reward. I must be off now, as there's much of the monster's work to be undone. I assume you've dealt with other monsters upstairs? So, and that's a yes, I have. Traps? No? Good. Let me go ahead and make sure that I pick up those scrolls. Nobody can actually reach the container. You know, fine, whatever. Okay. The Merchants League. General store, general store. There's another tavern and inn here. We found TX. He rules all, you know. So, doppelgangers have taken out the higher echelons. The monsters are all dead now. Woo! Da, da, da. So, there's something in the sewers. We need to go kill it. And ye old inn. Indeed. I'm probably going to be playing at least a bit of it. I don't anticipate playing it for very long, because I've already done most of that content. I mean, I even did Nax in Frozen Throne. Or, sorry, Wrath of the Lich King. So I'll probably play a bit of it, but I don't think that I'm going to be doing it terribly seriously. I'm much more interested in current WoW than classic WoW. But it's fun to, you know, dive into something that you're familiar with and, you know, play around it with it a bit. I think the fights are mostly the same mechanics, but I could be wrong. I was under the impression that they had basically, because of the fact that nobody actually got to see any of the encounters, they basically just, like, changed a few things, but largely got the same stuff involved. That said, I could be completely wrong. It could be a completely different encounter. Frost resistance was still important in the other and the Wrath of the Lich King version if you could get it. But in Wrath of the Lich King, resistances were not really a thing by that point. Getting resistance on gear was just something that you did not obtain on any really good gear. So you would put on, I think, like 1 or 2 pieces of resist gear if you had them to help mitigate a mechanic in one of the fights. But aside from that, that just wasn't really a mechanic anymore. But that being the case, like, while some of the numbers were different, right, I don't know that the actual encounters were any different, right? And obviously, the classes were obviously different by that point, right? Because, by Wrath of the Lich King, they had actually fully developed most of the classes to be relatively similar to the class that you would see today. Because back in vanilla, like, warriors basically just sat there and used Sunder Armor over and over and over again, and that was their entire job. So, like, they weren't doing damage, they weren't really doing anything interesting, they were just using Sunder Armor because it was the only way for them to generate threat. And yeah, and then if the DPS were not, limiting themselves severely, you would still lose aggro because Sunder Armor isn't a great threat, it's just the only thing they had. So, yeah, let's see here. Where do I want to go? I'm wondering whether I want to just continue on with the plot. I don't like it. You're so naive, child. Am I, though? Am I naive? Come on. Oh, come on. Okay, well, they bugged themselves out, so these two are just gonna be trapped forever. Okay, so... Okay, so they trapped themselves and then died. I think we're gonna go... I think if I recall correctly, the Ogre Mage is over here somewhere. We don't get attacked in the Elf Song? I thought we got attacked by an assassin in the Elf Song. Is that a face spider? Yes, it is. God damn it. Okay, well. Well, shite. Save versus spell. It's doing this on Suri, so it's going to be appearing right there-ish. She needs to get to... Oh, shit. So this thing is TPing to who now? I think it's casting Dimension Door on Rasad. Yep. This one's casting it on Severia, probably. So this one is going to disappear. You need to get the fuck away from here. So this one's using Dimension Door on Kalisa. She cannot use blind easily.
You look troubled.
Oh, well, you're fucked. Dude, this place is just so damn, like, tight that you don't have anywhere to move with a full party. Like if you have one character, you can move around here easily, but yeah, so to give you an idea of like class balance in WoW at this when the game first came out, to give you an idea of like the function of different classes, the function of druids was to cast Innervate on priests. And they could do that once every few minutes or something. And that was their entire reason to be invited to a raid, was just to feed mana into a priest. So alright, this is a problem. I keep dropping into places that have a thing right on them, which can be useful, but is not terribly useful in this. For whatever reason, my party is appearing in almost like inverse order. She's like all the way here. These use what? Bludgeoning attacks? I can't use whole person on this. That is bludgeoning, so that's good to know. That was a 16. So we've now got a bunch of this shit doing business. Chaos control! What was the, did I actually cast that on myself? What happened? Doesn't look like it. It seems to have just broken, actually. She's trying to cast Chaos, but she's not actually casting anything. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. So, I think we're going to have to drop down a different hole. We could just drop down the hole that had the spiders in it again, because we didn't actually aggro all of them immediately. So
What is needed?
So all these characters now need to just do their business. And we don't have anything to cast on you. But yeah, so this one's blind. So unless it rolls a 20, we're fine. They have a lot of attacks. We have piercing damage, and we have Elsbane. Okay. So we can now pull the next spider. Fuck.
What is it this time?
You have trouble.
Need me?
Okay, so you... I'm not going to do anything.
I listen.
Yes.
Luckily, they're relatively single-minded, so... Of course, Severia is on the wrong side, but that's okay. So, she is now level 6. And we are ready to continue.
What's the story?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So this is the correct room. So how do we want to handle this? We're running out of blinds. You have blind, don't you? I do have blind on her now. Okay, I should have given her that instead of Nahal's. Nahal's is, like, kind of cute and amusing to try and use, but it's not easy to use. Certainly at this level. It's basically just going to be like, okay, well, random effects will happen 5 times per day, which is not terribly high utility. That's very bad. Blind will not help me with this. You know what will? Nahal's. Let's see. What do we want to cast? Cast. Melts many meteors. Okay, so it's only doing 2 damage. But it's doing it every single time it attacks, and we're basically never hitting, so... I think we might want to just reload. I think I'm going to. I'm not going to take all this damage and just probably lose it anyway. Okay, so this thing is attacking. I don't really have a lot of options for these just because they're not humanoids, so what are you going to do? Okay, fine. Beat on Rasad. That's fine, because do a little bit of damage to Rasad, and I don't care, because if Severia isn't held, then she's just going to be blowing things up. But yeah, so to get back to like old school game balance generally, a lot of old games have very little in the way of real concept of balance. So as an example, in EverQuest, necromancers were basically useless in a group for a long time because they were able to solo, and so their design intent was, well, you're going to be useless in a group because you can solo, and it's like, so what? So I can't ever do any content with other people because I have the ability to solo. And then, but then at the same time, you had other characters who were able to do both, right? So like druids were not, as good as clerics generally in a group, but they were really good for quite a few different things. They had quite a few niches. They're really great for power leveling. They're really great for, oh shit. I wasn't paying enough attention. So my DPS just disappears completely the second that Severia gets crowd controlled. Look at this. Ridiculous. Alright. So, because nobody else can actually hit anything with a -11 to their armor class. Let's see here. So anyway, so with regards to like game balance in vanilla WoW, you just had a lot of really weird interactions between things. Like, whatchamacallit? Like, if you wanted a tank, then you wanted a fighter. And there was no other option, right? And you had... There was a lot of stuff in that same vein of like, okay, well, so what's the purpose of a paladin? Oh, well, the purpose of a paladin is to maybe cast one of these 3 spells at some point, right? But they're not, they were ostensibly healers, but similar to druids, they couldn't really do any meaningful amount of healing. So they were kind of relegated to these weird problems. And of course, Ret Paladins were terrible for multiple expansions. So if you were a Ret Paladin, then, like, basically being a Ret Paladin was it was basically a slur. Like calling someone a ret paladin would be like a slight upon them because it was just so bad for so long. In addition to being like overly simplistic, right? Like ret paladins didn't have any buttons to God damn it. Forgot about the AI. Ret paladins didn't have any buttons to push. So since they didn't have any buttons to push, except I guess they would use judgment occasionally, maybe, but they didn't really even have to. But it was a whole thing. Ret paladins were problematic from a design perspective. They periodically, because of the fact that they were so bad, they would periodically get, you know, an uber buff that would allow them to do something crazy that was like completely unintentional, like unintentional consequences of, you know, something. What are you doing? Is he trying to cast a spell on somebody or something? Like, is he trying to cast a melee range spell? What are you up to, buddy? Okay, Ogre Mage is held. Perfect. Unfortunately, she's held. I should have given her her thing back. Where's your sword? There we go. Would I rather you be... I guess you don't need to detect illusions anymore because... Okay. There we go. Mission complete. What is it this time? Okay, one more carrion crawler. So, that one we can just dive, I guess. I guess we have two more, because there's another one up here, right? Let's take it three. Nope, that's bad. I can't target her, so despite the fact that she does not appear to be held, she is in fact held. She's gonna die. She's gonna die before this. Jesus Christ. Carrion crawlers, man. There's so many attacks per round, so... And they have... I don't think it's Hobgoblin AI. I think it's similar, but I don't think it is Hobgoblin AI. So they're going to be just continuously shifting to other party members. Okay, so hopefully it's not going to... It swapped target to someone else. No. No. And outside of just like crowd controlling them outright, there's really not a huge amount that I can do here. Okay, so we have one more over here. It's amazing how strong carrion crawlers are, actually. This is really funny. Because I started fighting him relatively early in the game. So... Nope, too close. That's too close as well. It's also too close. Why are you getting so close to this thing? What the fuck? Oh, right. This has Hobgoblin AI. Okay, fine. We are going to... Nope, no, wrong though. We're going to just shoot this thing to death. Except we're not, because we're not going to be able to kill it that way. Well, I think we can kill this before we run out of arrows. We're hitting it on 11.
You look troubled.
Yes. Okay. So that thing's dead. Let's see, north. There's another one. Ugh. That's not fun. Oh well.
What is it this time?
You know what? I don't have any high-level nukes, unfortunately. Hey, what's this in my pocket?
I listen.
And let's see, we're gonna have. Wait.
That was just for practice.
Zveria should hypothetically be immune to the. She is. She's completely immune to that effect. So. I'm a dope. I don't know why it is that I forgot that free action exists. Okay. So, what I could do, if I wanted to deal with these in a more effective manner, is I could cast. Probably not protection from evil, but I could cast Spirit Armor on her. And then just basically send her off on a kill quest to just kill everything. Let's see. I'm going to find out if anything is actually still alive. Yes, we still have at least one. So we're going to go ahead and drop her armor off. We have another one of these. And we can now cast Spirit Armor on you. She save versus spell immediately? This is weird. She shouldn't be save versus spell yet. Okay, so I actually just realized I didn't have the bludgeoning thing on her. Okay, so she's got -8 AC. She's got some ridiculous amount of AC against these things' attacks. So they shouldn't be hitting her. If they do hit her, they'll hit her maybe once or twice. Oh, never mind. They're actually hitting on a 19. So we're going to need to cast more things. They are using bludgeoning, right? Oh, right. I don't have my bard. So get the bard song involved. Jesus Christ. And stakes are made. How fucking accurate are these things? Okay, they're just rolling a lot of really high. 29, 19, 20. Did I just see an 18? So an 18 is a miss, so they literally have a 10% chance to hit. And I'm still getting just obliterated here. I'm actually going to reload. Because I moved those guys too far forward. Did I cast the spell? I did not, correct? Correct. Okay, we're going to cast this spell on her. You know. So she's now got the armor. We're going to equip the Girdle of Bluntness. She's got the +1 AC from this. Anything else that we have that could help her out? so. So we're going to move her forward. So the basic gist is, as long as she's hanging out with the bard, she's only going to get hit on a natural 20. And Severia is pretty deadly, so she should be able to kill these things. That said, oh, they're still hitting it on 19. Okay, so I do need to cast. Oh shit, she's not a. I didn't put her equipment on. Carrion crawlers, man. Serious business. Blind, I guess. There we go. There we go. So I guess we'll go back upstairs and take a nap. Interesting. So that allowed us to actually bypass an encounter. Okay, we're just gonna take take a quick little nap. And we're gonna take a slightly longer nap. There we go. And there we go. So, if we can get... But yeah, those carrion crawlers took so long to kill. That minus 11 to AC is gonna cause problems for me. They're just so tanky now. So very, very tanky. I don't think I need to go back down there yet. I can finish exploring down there later. I'm gonna get my... I want to progress with the plot, and I want to get the Tome of Strength. Because the situation right now with my THAC0 is that I just don't have enough THAC0 to consistently hit the stronger enemies. And I'm surprised that carrion crawlers have a decent AC, honestly, because it felt like I was attacking a... Okay. Okay. Oh, the ass outside the doors of the Flaming Fist compound. Is this the Flaming Fist compound? Oh, okay. So he teleported. Okay. Grand Duke Elton, I'm glad that you've come. Okay. We've learned they're involved in a plot that threatens the stability of our city. Recent activities have been brought to our attention. Our hands are tied. Alright. Sure. What? Why? Why don't I have the option of I'm being hired to do some things? It's like, oh, I want to join the Flaming Fist. No, I don't. I serve the Flaming Fist. I do not actually serve the Flaming Fist. I serve only myself. Okay, so now we can go over here. I serve only the Strength Tome. That's who I serve right now.
No time for chit-chat.
Well, Saravok's acolytes practice that magic cacophony above me. I dare say not, stranger. I dare say not at all. Okay. Just make sure not to make any trouble. I don't remember what the correct options are for all of these. Aha. The correct option is to move quickly. That's the correct option. Fear my wrath, for it is great indeed. Who dares intrude upon our negotiations? Hey, that's fair. Oh yes, Saravok warned you about trying to meddle. That meddling will stop here, however. Certainly a little coin will ease your conviction. You've breached an inner circle, fool. There are no hired lackeys for you to bribe here, no mercenaries that slather at the sound of coins. We are servants of Saravok and Saravok alone, selected by hand. To protect his destiny, you are an insect. You will be crushed. His will be done. We are not in a great position here. Okay, so... we're now in an okay position. So that's a bunch of slashing damage. That was a... he just rolled a 4 and hit? Is she wearing her armor? She is not. Okay, that explains a lot. We're going to need to reload. Put on your armor before you go. Put armor on before you go. Well, that was still a hit on a 19. I guess, do I have the girdle slashing? I do not. He hit on a 4 just now, which is concerning. Alright, so he's held. Alright, so he's down. Can I just move you alone? Oh, I can! I didn't realize that I could move her in alone. That would have made my life a lot simpler. Ouch. Poor Kalisa. What are you doing? Who did you just... She just attacked some random merchant. Okay, so I need to reload because... I need to absolutely turn off the AI. I don't know what the fuck she did. But something she did aggroed... Oh, there's the doppelganger. That's interesting. So there's a doppelganger here. So who is that? And why are they running from me? Who the fuck are you? Festus Gurn. Alright, I'm gonna reload to an earlier save. Okay, so that character, for whatever reason, turned hostile at one point. That was weird. Okay. So, what do I want to do here? I guess I probably do need to... to make sure that I'm... Wrong character. Okay, that is not good. We're going to cast another hold person. Oh, right! Okay. The thing that I forgot that I need to do, I need to customize these people and turn off their use of abilities. Because they're just throwing them away, and it's unacceptable. Alright, so this one's toast. Okay, the doppelganger is going to be approaching from this side. So that's good to know. Rolled up 20, right? No, rolled 19. And that was slashing damage, so she does have the appropriate girdle on. Doppelgangers are just assets. Ah, yes, she doesn't have this because the bard was 10 feet away. Chop, chip, 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 chip. Okay. Dun, dun. Well. So that was a 20, but that's me. So he hit on a 17 with his piercing weapon. Okay, so we need to swap over to a piercing resistance again. And see if we can hopefully not lose control of our... Missed both of them. Oh, this is a mage. Well, attack the mage then. I didn't realize this was a mage. I thought it was a rogue, so I'm just like, it'll be fine. But no, that's a mage, not a rogue. Mistakes were made. I don't know why I thought it was a mage, or why I thought it was a rogue, rather. Shit, she missed the tick. So she's gonna have a -2 to her AC until the next tick. Okay, perfect. Yeah. so we've got this.
I can carry no more. I've started dropping things.
What is it this time?
There's another one. This one I think I'm gonna just dive. This is a think a cleric. Oh shit, there's more than one of them. She gets killed at the bottom. Alright, so that's good to know. There's way more of these guys than I thought there were. You're going to heal yourself. Do I want...
What is needed?
Where are you, friend? Here you are. Alright, so she... You know what might be really nice right about now is having a Shadow Dancer. Okay. Because, so the thing about a Shadow Dancer that's kind of interesting is that they have the ability to hide in plain sight. So if you give a Shadow Dancer sufficient hide in shadows, you can basically just interrupt spells by toggling stealth on in combat. Once they start casting the spell, you just disappear directly in front of their eyes and it cancels the spell. So all three of them are here. So what we can do is we can probably say so. That is two different spellcasters. One of them is interrupted, one of them is not yet. Yet being the operative word there. He's not held, and was that 170 damage? Oh my god! 170 damage! Oops, did I load the right thing? I don't think I did. 170! What even is that damage? Okay, so... Cast this again. You know what, we're gonna cast a hold person. I don't think it's gonna go off, but we're gonna try it. And I guess we'll cast a blind on you. And that's another 89 damage. Jeez. So is that kind of cleric? I don't know what I want to do here. Because basically, I'm stuck in a position where if I want to win this, I'm either going to have to... get lucky with crowd control, or I'm going to have to sort of use the doorway to be sneaky. I guess I could use Greater Malice on them if I wanted, but I don't think I would do right now. Alright, there we go. So, we got a hammer. Trio of potions. Why am I... It's not doing that. I should have... Oh, right! We have the jewel case now. Okay, give me this. Where are you? 3 now. So everything is gonna be all right. Rockabye. Okay, you go here. You go here. The other gems, no. The other gems, yes. It's a lot of protection from undead scrolls that we have now. Knave's Rose. Sirius's Blade +2. So it's 1d10 and does slashing or piercing, whichever is better. It's useful. Focalize will come up her. Alright, we cleared a good portion of our inventory. Oh, that's silly of me. So, save the game. And we try to hold person. Just gets burned instantly. Alright. Yeah, I need to get my command spells back. Command is important. Oh, it could have worked. Like, it just takes me outside. Let's see. What do I want to do? She can actually just cast a web over here. Oops. That's interesting. I didn't see a save from him, so I don't know if it was blocked by the wall or something. Mm-hmm. How? Is he immune to web or something? Is he immune to web if he's out of line of sight? What's causing that? Because I'm not seeing the saving throw, which usually you see the saving throw even if they're off screen.
What is it this time?
Okay, we're gonna... So you can see that he's not even getting a saving throw here. This is just not affecting him. Which is weird on many, many levels. So, why is he not getting a saving throw? Is the question. I'm gonna need to do some digging in the creature files to start figuring out what the hell's going on with some of these things. Because it's just a nuisance. Because if he's just arbitrarily immune to web, which is there's various ways that he could get immunity to web, right? But he's not casting any of the spells that I would expect, and I don't think he has a free action item on him, so I don't think it's that. Okay, well that escalated quickly. I think that Flame Arrow, because it shoots multiple arrows, I'm very unlikely to be able to tank it just by using Mirror Image. Oh shit. Never mind. There was a 1 in 5 chance of him hitting me with that, and he did. Okay then. So he's going to cast Flame Arrow first. The Flame Arrow is going to do a shit ton of damage. I don't have the ability to get him with the things that I would normally expect to use to just deal with him easily. Because he's just kind of immune. As far as I can tell, he's just immune to the things. So we're going to try casting Greater Malice in here. And Severia is, unfortunately, feared. He's now blinded, so let's see if he ignores the blind. I suspect that he's ignoring the blind, because she was really far away. Okay, he's not ignoring the blind. We're fine. So, we say heal Kalisa, and then we'll just deal with him. Let's see. Okay, so we can deal with this mage now. Question is, how are we going to do so? I think we'll send Surian. Was not paying enough attention. I looked away from him for like a split second. All I needed to do was walk away there, but I did not. Alright, so I guess we're just going to cast a hold person on him. Hope this lands. Nope. Okay, well fine. We'll just have to shoot you to death from range then. Do I have enough arrows on me? I don't really like to, just blind people and then shoot them from range. But I guess I should probably just pick up a full stack of arrows and start doing that more, because it'll certainly make things go faster. Well, it's mostly useful for mages, because mages are really dangerous to get into melee with at all. That's Minor Sequencer. And he does have a Ring of Free action. So, there we go. That explains a lot. So we have 2 Rings of Free action now. Cool. So what does that do for us? So Minor Sequencer gives us the ability to cast spells as spell-like abilities. And it's 2 spells of 2nd level or lower. So as an example, we can put Mirror Image and Blur into a sequencer. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We could also do some other things, but we're probably not going to do those for right now. That's not necessary. Wait a second. So, you're here to kill me. I'm Feldorn. He's the true leader of the operation. Okay. Sure. Okay, so this guy isn't a mage or anything like that. So since he's not a mage or anything of that nature, he's not really someone that they would immediately think of as a threat. Because he's just a merchant. So he might have a lot of power, but that power falls away the second that he's arrested, right? Because he doesn't actually have his money if it gets confiscated by the state. And while a modern government is not going to confiscate, someone's entire, wealth, which is probably, it's hard to say whether that's for the better or for the worst, honestly. But while the modern states would not do that, in this setting, oh, absolutely. That guy's wealth is all going to be taken by the state and just spread amongst all of the whatchamacallits, all the nobles. Oh shit. Where's the... I'll be sure to pass that on. I spoke out of turn. Okay, so for whatever reason, there's not a thing here. Okay, so we managed to get out of here without too much of a... okay, so what news does he bring? I'll proceed there forthwith. This is just someone to basically hint at you where to go to progress the plot. Because it's important to do so. Alright, so I think we're going to continue onward. We are going to talk to... I don't know why I went down instead of up, but... You gotta do what you gotta do, and sometimes what you gotta do is go the wrong way. Sup, Duke? Alright. keeper of the portal.
Hold, travelers! Before you will be allowed entrance, you must donate a tome of great value to our library.
I hope I didn't drop anything important. Probably not, because... Oh, it's Cataway! Nice! Called this place home for many years. Severia, that I know you well, though you may be hard-pressed to remember. I was last here years and years ago, conferred by your father. Who was he? Simple respect is all that it is. Grinded many good things for many people. Those who harp tend to keep to themselves their affiliations. Let's see. Okay, so cool. We met an old friend of Gorian's. We're ready to dive in here. You know what? A man's harem of knowledge. Yeah. Alright. You know, doppelgangers... Get wrecked. You walk all the way around. That's right. Please do. My name is Coveras. I used to work with your father, running messages for your hopper friends in Waterdeep. Before he passed on, he trusted this ring to me and asked that I give it to you should evil ever befall him. Will you take it? And what evil befell him, Coveras? You were there, you saw it all. A woman, an armored figure, 2 ogres wielding clubs, and 2 archers. But Gorian's petty magic was of little use against them, was it not? And you fled with your tail between your legs, hiding amidst the trees until dawn broke. And now it comes full circle, doesn't it? The Iron Throne so close that you can almost touch them and wreak your revenge for that night. You're right, Coveras, I was there. Myself, my father, and 6 others who tried to kill us. Where were you, if you know so much? If you be so void of trust, I'm surprised you made it this far. It's a little matter. Go seek your vengeance, or doom at the hand of the Iron Throne. I wash my hands of it. Uh-huh. Dear ma'am, you must realize it's manners to make the gentlewoman, so you'd kindly prove that you're what... Right, people can afford to be rude, but this is not you. Leave now before my irate companion Brunos lets his temper get the better of his reason. Hey. Hey, number 2. And you're stupid enough to admit this? Well, my young friend, you may safely find safety within the library, but once you've left, there's no place for you to run. It's fine, little ones. I'm sure we could expect to see you in the future, if not in person, then at least your heads. So, this is a bunch of peeps. Run. Hello, Shistel. Do you not recognize me? It's Severia. Certainly, Severia. I did not recognize your face. My apologies. I trust you. Do second edition doppelgangers not have the, like, surface level mind reading that doppelgangers have in later editions that allows them to actually, act as if they're the person that they're supposed to be? Like, I think that they're supposed to know how the other person that they're talking to would expect this person to respond. Right? If that makes any sense? Because otherwise doppelgangers would get found super fast and they would be very vulnerable and very easy to kill. So But I was under the impression that doppelgangers had like surface level mind reading. But how'd you know I went to Gold? I have relatives in the religion. Yes, they must have sent you a note on your progress. How would they know who I was? I think you're lying. You would do well to leave me be. I tire of the games. Take your questions, go away, monkey. So who are you really? I'm your death, foolish meat. That is a greater doppelganger. Oh shit. I was not expecting it to be a greater. So it's attacking Silria. Are you not attacking anymore? Okay, that's slashing. That was 17, so... Not good. Not good is what it is. Okay, let's see. We've got 2 more castings of this. And hopefully we get one of them to land, because if we don't, we're in deep shit. I wonder if doppelgangers are evil in this game. Because I think doppelgangers are actually neutral in at least later editions, but I don't know what they are in 2nd edition. Whoops. Oh no, she's stuck. Okay, we're gonna reload. Wild Surge, Fear. Okay, so this is gonna be a greater doppelganger. I'm gonna cast Protection from Evil. I don't think it should work, but I think it will. I am your death, foolish meat. It's kind of funny how they actually shapeshift back into their sort of natural form when they attack. Because it's like, you're not very bright, are you? Instantaneous. Okay. Because, you know, obviously, if you have the option, you should probably just stay in your normal form and, or, sorry, stay in whatever disguise you have when you do the fighting. Let's see. Actually, could just walk away. Wait, really? So it's not going to attack the Watcher for some reason. Let's see here. So we're going to cast Invis on her. And she is going to peel away these mirror images. Eventually. Any day now she's going to peel away these images. It's going to be great. It's going to be a thing. There we go. So we've dispelled the illusion. And with that illusion dispelled, we should be able to, I guess, equip the slashing thing. And I think that was its haste wearing off. So...
What's the story? What is it this time?
Backstab! Did she miss with a backstab? That's weird. Quarterstabs are usable by rogues, right? So that should be a backstab viable weapon. It's weird. I didn't see another attack that had failed or anything like that. We're gonna try to blind this thing. Oh, she isn't even in range. It sucks. Okay, so... Okay, it's now blinded. So we could hypothetically just kill it by avoiding it entirely. But I think I'm going to just take full advantage of the +4 to hit and try to just kill it. I guess we're probably going to have to... We're going to have to pull back, probably. That is really far away. We're gonna send Severia in on this angle and see if it works. Nope. You know what? Okay. We now, I think, do need to pull her back. You don't need to get that close. Bonk! 9,000 EXP. Not that it matters, we're already EXP capped, basically. Yep, we are EXP capped now. Is this correct? Is there... Don't remember where Grind's room is. Third from the south corridor. The one that you just ran into? Come on, man. Get out of my way. He's literally blocking off the chest that he told me to go to. So let's read this note. Oh my god, it's so long. The one you know of as a divinity. Alright, so we found out that, oh my goodness, we're actually a child of Baal. Who would have thunk it?
Our rules are very strict.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and we've been accused of murdering all those people that we didn't kill. Okay. Mm-hmm. Saravak is Corvaros is the reverse of Saravak. Oh my goodness. Turns out that he's actually the bad guy? Really? It's amazing. I can't believe it. He had me fooled. 100%. He was so sneaky about it. Alright, let's... There we go. So we just got a bunch of new spells. We can give this to her, I guess. Fail to copy it because we're cool like that. She doesn't even have... Hermetic Orb. Alright, so we can put this in there. Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt. And actually, this stuff should definitely go to the board. That's like 10d6 already. So Shadow Door is a level 5 spell, which means that we're not going to be able to cast it right now anyway, but we want to have it nonetheless. We're going to have monster summoning. Who cares? I don't use the monster summoning spells. They're just too OP on... well, they're basically difficulty on... or they're OP on any difficulty, but they're made more overpowered on Legacy of Ball mode, because your party is not... doesn't retain their power, but your summons do, because your summons get a ludicrous HP bonus that is just sad. And let's see. So what we want to do now, I think, is cast Invis on Suri, and she's gonna start detecting traps and getting to work. Oops. What was that? Okay, well, that was silly of me. I'm not giving any time to actually find the traps. There we go. Okay, that one's done. Okay, so those are all set. I do not remember which one of these has the thing I'm looking for. There it is. Okay, there's 2 traps there. It's honestly faster to just trigger the traps and then reload now that you know where they are. I think there were 2, not 1, so... So... that was a trio of traps. And this is a dead end. Okay. Integrity is good. Why would you need to use Gatekeeper for wizards specifically? Because wizards are pretty useful. Like, I find that, like, for my part, particularly because of the fact that you can carry items over for fighters, but you can't carry spells over for mages. Well, you technically could, but they wouldn't be able to use them beforehand. So for my purposes, I'd much rather have a NPC fighter than an NPC mage generally. So having your protagonist be the caster is really nice. Well, that was convenient. Impatience. So that's a trio of phase fighters. That's a quartet of phase fighters. I just put it on core rules. I think that core rules is the best setting to have it on generally. Like I think that if you drop it below core rules, there are too many things that are sort of removed as mechanics, if I recall correctly, in addition to, you know, other stuff. So I prefer core rules generally, but it depends on the type of playthrough that you're looking for. But if you want just like a sort of standard difficulty, you know, experience, I would definitely go with core rules. You stole my book, you cur! I didn't steal your book. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just a normal doppelganger. There's a decent chance that it's going to one-shot me, but, you know, we'll hope that it doesn't. Okay, do we want... First we do want this. Yeah, that's bad. That was on a 19. She has the slashing thing, so... Legacy of Ball is definitely a difficulty setting that is... It's for once you've already played through the game a bunch and you're looking to sort of explore it more. It's not going to give you anything resembling a balanced experience, right? And if you put the difficulty slider above core rules, it doesn't really add a huge amount in terms of like making the game more... It doesn't really change much because it doubles your damage taken if you put it on insane. But generally in this series, you are negating damage entirely or you're dying, right? Like those are the most common two things to happen. So since you're either going to be completely negating the enemy damage or you're going to be dying anyway, there's really not that big of a difference if you go into insane. But if you have it on insane, you're much more likely to get one shot, and getting one shot isn't particularly, you know, pleasant. It also makes spellcasters substantially more of a situation where if you don't have that immunity, you are guaranteed to just get killed instead of, you know, okay, well, I can tank one magic missile and then I need to fucking make sure that I get my shit done. Okay, so this guy is blinded. And he's gonna insist on causing problems for me. Oh, too close. Still too close. Fuck. I'm an idiot. I got too close. Alright, let's see. We're just gonna walk forward. It's fine. Right, so.
What is needed?
Uh-huh.
What cast the blind. Do I want to cast a Malice? You know what? Let's cast a Malice then. That was on a 19. Oh yeah, this is a great series for role playing. And under normal circumstances, I'd never play through the game the way that I'm playing through it now, where I'm kind of just skipping through the dialogue and stuff like that. That's just not how I usually play this game. But I'm just in sort of like a weird and very particular mood right now that is leading me to play this more like a... I don't even know how to describe it. It's like... I'm playing it more like an action game as opposed to like an RPG, right? It's kind of weird, but I'm doing it like just for the mechanics, right? So we are hopefully going to be able to do what we want here, which is get you blinded. Wait, did I just cast blind on Silveria? Whoops. Well, okay then. You are going to cast Defensive Harmony. That was a 19, and it was still a hit, because I don't have my Bard singing. That was a 19 again. And that wouldn't have hit, I don't think, if I had the Bard song active. So, Bard. Sing. Sing and be merry. Boop. Nice. That all sounds great. I haven't bought a new computer in quite a while. I haven't really kept up very well with most of the newfangled computer stuff since back when people actually cared about, like, basically, I haven't paid attention to computers since before people named processors like by name, as opposed to like the speed on it, because at a certain point processing speed basically just hit a brick wall and stopped increasing, and then it's like, okay, now it's a dual core, and now it's a quad core, and now it's an 8 core, and like instead of increasing the actual speed, they increase the number of cores. And I think that they have started to slowly increase the speed again as well, but the speed isn't increasing by nearly as much as it used to be, right? Because like the amount of like RAM that a modern machine has is way more than the like processing speed used to be on old machines. I remember picking up an 8 meg or no. And I think 8 kilobytes, I think it was. 8 KB of RAM, something like that. Oh, this is a Wisdom Tome. Where's my Strength Tome? At least his passport is very nice. Okay, so Wisdom is an easy choice. I think the Strength Tome might also still be in here. Are they both in here? Probably. So we get an extra priest spell. I'm going to take Command. And we're going to take Command and Doom. A bunch of... what do I want now? I'm going to get protection from lightning just for the hell of it. And you... to go over here, and I think I might have to fight my way through those thingers. I'm gonna check if that's where this is, because I suspect that it is, And I do actually have the ability to hide, so I could potentially grab that item and then just walk back. Oh, that's nice. That's is that the pound symbol or is that the euro symbol? I think that's the pound symbol, right? And yes, we have a strength thing here.
Excellent.
So we don't need to stockpile those. Here's my strength tome, and that is a cloak of protection. Is that a cloak of protection plus 2? Because I think that might be a cloak of protection plus 2. So I can basically just walk back, and then we can get Severia this tome, and that'll be very useful for us. Holy shit, is that $50? Jesus. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that's the biggest donation I've ever gotten. Like, at first I thought that was 50 cents. Thank you very much. Where the slimes live. For your very generous donation. Which we shall put to good use. You know, I could put that to good use buying some lights to fix this situation back here. I don't know why it started flickering, but my lighting changed because I'm just using the normal lighting in the room. And the lighting in the room changed, so now I can potentially fix that. Oh, this is plus 2. Yes. Oh, so delicious. Okay, so what do you do? This gives increase to saving throws. So this would allow her to tank better. Let's see. I am going to upload these to YouTube, yes, and I will actually start doing that today. I'm actually planning on ending a bit early today because I started like 2 or 3 hours earlier than I normally do. And I will make sure that I get that done today. I do apologize for not having done that yet, but I will start uploading that and get that all squared away today so that we don't run into the time limit. Because I only have like a couple weeks to do it before it will cause problems. So I will do it today. And let's see. What is YouTube _DL? I don't know what that is. Because like if you want to download the VODs for your own use, I don't have any problem with people downloading the VODs for their own use. Obviously, I don't want people posting, my content on, I don't want people posting my content as their own. But if you want to have a copy for yourself, I don't care about that. That's not an issue. Let's see. So we're going to be able to use the nano gainful exercise. Oh, yeah. 19 strength. Main hand Thaco. 1. Oh. So she now hits on a 1 if she's attacking an enemy with an AC of 0. That makes me very happy. And we can now go over here, and I'm so happy. We're going to need to take a nap at some point in the near future. Yeah, that was also very cool. Where Slimes lives, I was not expecting to see like Cam Dog show up in the stream. That was crazy. It's like, oh, I'm pretty sure I recognize this name. This is a name that I've heard before. Yeah, maybe we should have brought the person. Yeah, let's give somebody that armor. So, when you're when you're using hide in shadows, and then when you're using hide in shadows, it's basically a sort of a continuous action. So each round there will be a tick where it checks whether you remain in shadows or not. So there's actually two separate ticks. There's a tick where it will check whether you succeed at your stealth check, and then there's a completely separate tick that can happen at a different point in the round or at the same point in the round. It just seems to vary. The check that actually removes you from shadows if you either fail your check or if you have it toggled off. So as an example, it's going to take forever for me to actually stealth, but we'll pretend that it's going to happen in a reasonable time. So I just want to show the specifics. But basically, once you've hidden in shadows, if I press any other button, I'm canceling the thing. So you see how it says leaving shadows? I haven't actually taken any action, but by clicking on any of these buttons, I have canceled the action of stealth. So basically, I'm going to be removed from stealth. It's not going to happen instantaneously because it has to wait until that tick where I'm removed from stealth. And that will happen... You can actually see I'm still stealthed, I think. It hasn't ticked yet. No, it's got to have ticked by now. Does she have some sort of blur effect on? She must have some sort of blur effect on. But, okay, so she's out now. So... it sometimes takes a while, but eventually it will drop you out of shadows anytime you do any action. So it is possible to disarm a trap and then run away before you get out of shadows. But so the way that I'm doing that is I don't stealth. I'm not using the stealth thing. So you're not removed from an invisibility effect, including stealth, by disarming traps. But if you want to run around the entire map and disarm all the traps, doing it via the actual stealth command is very slow and it's very time consuming, and there's the possibility that as soon as you unlock the trap, the heartbeat tick happens and you're brought out of stealth, and then you have enemies that you have to fight, potentially. So what I do instead is I just cast invisibility on my rogue, and then I just send my rogue everywhere and remove all of the traps, because you're not removed from invisibility, and invisibility lasts 24 hours. So it's basically an infinite duration. So once I've cleared all the traps, then I continue on from there. Speaking of which, that's actually what I'm going to do right now, because I want to get the traps over. Boop. But yeah, it's the way that like the stealth and like find traps and all those other kinds of toggles work is very it's very ponderous to deal with. It's very clunky, and it's just a relic of being a really, really old game. But as with just about everything, being a wizard makes it better. As with everything in 2nd edition, if you're a wizard, you know, you can actually just be better at it. Because, I mean, you don't actually need to be a wizard. You can have a wizard. Anyone who can cast Invis on you allows you to do it. You could theoretically do it with Sanctuary, too, but Sanctuary doesn't have a very long duration, so Invis is better for it. Alright, so I have a bunch of ghasts here, and we have a few options for how to handle that. If I had Invis, I actually could just go open that container and then come back. I don't remember what's in there. I think I'm going to save. I'm going to check what's in that box, and then I'm just going to leave. So, because I'm not sure that I want to fight those right I'm feeling lazy. Such a bad idea. That's fine. Okay, so there's a hammer and a bunch of potions and other shit that I don't care about. Poor Suri, I'm just like, you're going to die, my friend. I'm sorry, but for the sake of scouting, you are going to die. I think it would be a lot of fun to try out a Shadow Dancer at some point. Shadow Dancer might be a really good protagonist. Let's see. They should. I think you have to toggle it on, so it might be that you don't have it toggled in the settings. The other thing is that if you're in a multiplayer session, heal on rest doesn't actually work. So if the Legacy of Ball setting, Legacy of Ball. For some reason, when you put LoB, I thought it was the other one, Throne of Ball. I thought you were talking about the expansion. No, Legacy of Ball doesn't change heal on rest, but heal on rest will not do anything if you don't have any healing spells. It will not have you just rest for like 16 months to get your 1 HP per 8 hours of resting.
You close your eyes tonight.
Ooh.
The candle keeps swinging.
Ooh.
As you pass through the gates of the citadel, there is a flash of memory. You are a child of only a few seasons once more. At your side is Gorion, gray-haired even all those years ago. How old must he have been to age so little in the time since? Aged as he ever was, you still have to run to keep up with him. He has an important meeting with Ulrant, the keeper of the tomes. An important meeting about you. Funny, you don't remember it. As you stand outside the doors of the inner keep, you can hear the shouting from within. Gorion seldom raised his voice, though you did not care to listen to the discussions at your previous stops either. As you trace patterns in the water of a fountain, a reflection distracts you from the argument. A large raven has perched atop a stone wall and stares directly at you with huge black eyes. You stare back through the mirror of the water and are suddenly afraid to meet the bird's gaze any other way. It has claws for feet. You think to yourself, little skeletal claws. The doors of the keep suddenly swing open and Ulrant storms out. He glances at you for a moment, but looks away as he speaks. You both can stay, he sneers, but mark my words, that child will be the death of you. A flash of memory once more, and Gorion walks out of the keep as he is today, dead. You drop your gaze back to the water so as not to see. The raven is gone, but your own image remains. Your eyes are black, like those of a bird. Like father, like child, the reflection says. You wake with a yell, predictably unrested.
I love the plot of this game. It is so good. Drop Unholy Might! Yes! Okay. So this is going to use piercing damage. Sorry. I'm being creepy again. Alright. You are going to go over here. You have 21 strength. So you need to give me this so that I can get my 0 THAC0. And let's get going. There's a very decent chance that she's just going to get obliterated before I can do what I want to do. Do I want... I have 2 of them now. I have 2 rings of thinger. Where are you? Nailed it. Okay. So she can't be held. And Severia won't be able to be held if it attacks her. So how much damage is she going to do now? She does 20 to 27 damage with her main hand. Ah, damn it. Uh-oh. She does a lot of damage. It's not enough. It's not enough to... Okay. So sad. Okay, so we're gonna
You close your eyes.
have this happen again. But yeah, drop on Holy Might is very good. Very good. As for solo Dragon Disciple, that seems... You know, it might be something that I end up doing at some point. Solo Dragon Disciple is kind of an interesting run. It's very appropriate for the character of Arctole, which is always useful. And I'm gonna just run away and give this ring to you. Where are you? And all right. But yeah, I don't usually do solo runs of this game. But this is also the first time that I've ever played this game and just sort of skipped through most of the dialogue and stuff like that. So obviously the way that I'm playing this game has started changing. So, you know, it would be an interesting run, to be sure. You know, there's some very significant advantages to playing as a sorcerer, because it's the sorcerer. It's like being a wizard, only you aren't reliant on your dungeon master to give you your spells. You get to choose them yourself from all of the spells that exist. And that is very powerful. Just that one change, right, of being able to just pick your spells. So as an example, Silria currently, hypothetically speaking, has access to whatchamacallit? She has access to Stone Skin, but she doesn't have Stone Skin because she doesn't have the actual spell. She needs to get the spell first. So, and that can make a huge difference in terms of the playthrough. Being able to just be like, okay, well, as soon as I get X amount of experience, I'm good to go, is very nice. Oh, Jesus. These things are such nuisances. That Hobgoblin AI. Okay, so you need to... Oh, shit. Okay, good job trapping Severia with the fucking gas, friends. Oh. Really? That was really far away. Where are you attacking now? Silver, okay. Yep. Damn it. I hate ghasts. Ghasts are such a nuisance. They're just so irritating. They're so irritating because they have the hold thing, the effect, and they have Hobgoblin AI, and it's just such a horrible combination. Jesus, that was loud. Alright, we're gonna just keep resting to get this done. Alright. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cast Blind. I would say probably. Let's see. Let's see. The wild mages are kind of interesting. The dynamics behind a wild mage, it depends on... If you're doing a no reload run, I would definitely... Oh, right, I forgot. I need to actually kill this with ranged if I want to exploit the blind. the blind is basically not going to do anything outside of arrows. Alright, so I guess we're going to be stuck using arrows. Let's see here. So I think that Wild Mage is kind of similar to a Sorcerer, but in the end game, I think that a Wild Mage is actually much more interesting in some ways. I think that if you finish Nira's quest line, that the item that you get can be used by any Wild Mage, though I would check that first. If it can be, if you can equip the gear that you get that actually improves your roll in the same way that like Chaos Shield does, if you can equip all of that gear on the protagonist, then I'd say absolutely yes. Absolutely, a Wild Mage protagonist would be really cool and really a lot of fun. But if you can't, because sometimes that gear, that kind of stuff is like NPC specific, if it's specific to Nira and nobody else can use it, then you run into a situation where I feel like Nira would be a more fun Wild Mage to use. So I would prefer to do a different type of character for the protagonist, like as a solo run. Because you can basically solo with Nira, and just have your protagonist chill on, your solo Wild Mage run. So it depends. But if you can, then I definitely want to try it, because that sounds like a lot of fun. The kind of nuts. The last time I played through the full series, I had Nira the entire time, pretty much, because I really like Nira, and so I had a fire cleric as my protagonist, and then Nira was the thermonuclear bomb that could just. So in one of the fights, she cast like 6 or 7 dragon breaths. Because the chance of her actually failing with all the, at like max level, with the best gear, with the shield cast and stuff like that, when she uses Nahal's Reckless Swimmer, is like, she has like a 60% chance to actually cast specifically the spell that she's trying to cast, and most of the other effects in that range are not bad for you. So you just sort of blow through things by just hitting them with a million Nahals. And I think that Nahals acts as if you have what is it called? Improved alacrity? What is it called? Whatever it is. The spell that allows you to continuously cast spells one after another instead of having to wait, instead of only being able to cast one per round. And so you can just spam Nahals like that and just basically instantaneously drop, a bunch of dragon breaths on your enemy, which is always fun. But yeah, Wild Mage is a lot of fun. Let's see here. Yeah, and I mean, Dragon's Disciple is a sorcerer, right? And as a sorcerer, it is, one of the most overpowered things in existence, right? Because of the fact that it's a sorcerer variant, it is going to be a god of destruction. You could theoretically make it weak, but doing either of those classes is always going to be fun. I would think that they would be reasonably similar, doing like a sorcerer run versus a wild mage run to a degree, but so I don't know if I'd want to do both of them just because I'm lazy, but we're gonna cast Minor Sequencer, and that allows us to put Blur and Urge in. But yeah, the other thing that we can do, if we eventually get our sequencers in better shape, is we can put like Doom and something else into a sequencer, which can be very, very impactful. Getting Doom in a sequencer is so nice because Doom is a really amazing spell that is hurt substantially by the fact that it takes so long to cast. And sorry, I'm putting things off because I don't want to actually approach all these fucking ghasts. Oh, you know what I can do? I'm gonna do it. Who is it that has? Shit. Did not intend to actually aggro that. Why do I have to get so close to target that space? It's very strange. Well, I guess I'll just have to do blind then. I was intending to get them with a web, and I still technically could do that, but oh yeah, she can't cast that. You know what? There are two of them. I'm gonna just cast a web over here and see what happens. Okay, one of them is held, and she has free action, so we're gonna move her into the web. Please, no. Okay. All right, you are now held. Time to dive. And there we go. Web is a very useful spell. Are you gonna... Yes. Excellent. Alright. Well, unfortunately, it did smack Severia, but she murdered it in return, so we're all good. Moving right along. Flip a coin to see which one I do. Okay, so if I was going to do my run between Dragon Disciple and Wild Mage, I'd probably do Dragon Disciple. I haven't played a Sorcerer in a really long time in any, like, in sort of the late game, but I have done it with a Wild Mage. So, you know what? No, that's not true. Wild Mage is just too thematic. It would be kind of fun to just do a Wild Mage run, just because it's so... The early game is just going to be ridiculous, because I'm... You know what would be fun? Just for the hell of it, is to make a Wild Mage and have the first level spell slots, even from the very beginning of the game, be exclusively Nahal's Reckless Dwemer. So exclusively just cast spells from Nahal's to basically replicate a sorcerer, where it's like any spell that I can cast is sort of interchangeable, so I can I don't have to memorize spells, at least at first level. Let's see. And I certainly do like the Spiderbane sword that gives me free action. It's very useful. It's not something that you always want to have equipped, because sometimes you want free action and sometimes you don't. So I have a secondary weapon for her. But when it's good, it's good. And when it's bad, it's still not that bad. Alright, so drop you in here. Chop, 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 chop. Indeed. Oh, that's quite a few of them. We are going to cast another one of these We're actually going to cast the Greater Malison first. And we are going to now cast a web here. Which was on perfect timing. Yes. There we go. Okay, so we can just move these people over here. It doesn't matter if they get held. They might be able to get an attack off at some point. They probably won't. Hey! Look at that. Rasad's leveled up. So what level does Rasad get passive free action? That's my question, because that'll be helpful. That'll be very nice. -2 to his things. 10 additional skill points. Still has 2 attacks per round. Not great, but not terrible. Yeah, the only problem with monks is that they don't really. I don't think that they really scale well enough to justify how weak they are in the early game. I feel like fighters pretty much stay ahead of monks throughout the entire series because they have access to equipment, and the equipment that you get is just so good. It's so versatile. Poison Nessa have you? And to think I would have left this keep with the likes of you, rawr, fleshling. Okay. Fleshling. Okay, we now need to swap over to... Oh, never mind, we already had it. Okay. Luckily, doppelgangers are reasonably single-minded. Ooh, domination or dire charm. Hey! Are you Imoen? You kind of sound like Imoen. Yeah, Kensai are an interesting, kit because they're very specialized. So, generally speaking, I don't think that Kensai are worth it. I'd say that if you're not doing Legacy of Baal, I would say that Kensai are completely overshadowed by the existence of Berserkers. Because Berserkers are, in 99% of circumstances, just outright superior to Kensai, right? They do equitable damage, they do, and they have a bunch of immunities that they can get, and they can wear armor, and they can do all this different stuff that you just can't do as a Kensai, right? But if you are on Legacy of Baal, it's particularly now that they've added that the changes to AC, because it was true even without the changes to AC for certain high value or high armor targets. But with the changes to AC, even the low AC targets and at max level, you're still missing all the time. And so if you look at the, I can actually look at the kill thing here, and the percentage of total kills in the party, she's got 66%, because she just kills so much, she does so much more damage than everyone else, because if you look at her versus the other fighter, she's 2 levels below her in terms of fighter, so she has a base THAC0 difference of 2 from that. But she's got 6 more THAC0. And that difference, that 6 THAC0 difference is just... Oh, this is the wrong weapon equipped. Sorry. Looking at the wrong thing. So she has a 7 THAC0 difference with a +2 sword. And it just makes a huge difference. Because if Severia hits on a 10, then she needs a 17 to hit. And some of that is strength. I think one of that is strength. But the vast majority of it is just, you know, you've got all sorts of Kensai boosts coming out and being cray-cray. That's not the vast majority, but it's a decent portion of it. It makes a huge difference being able to get those extra points in. And by the end of the series, she's going to actually have plus 13 to hit. And that's where things get really crazy. But yeah, I think that generally, if you're going to... whatchamacallit? If you're going to be swapping your class, like if you're dual classing into a mage or something like that, I don't think that Kensai really holds a candle to Berserker for that under most contexts. Like, you could use spell immunity to make yourself immune to the things that a Berserker gives immunity to. Most of the time. Some you can't in all cases because some of it isn't spells, so you can't become spell immune to them. But the Berserker allows you to become immune to things like imprisonment at level 1. And you don't need to have a 6th level spell slot taken up just for the purposes of protecting yourself from enemies. And the duration is long enough that, you know, if you're saying hello to the Demi-Lich, it's... okay, well... Can I trust you? I trust me, I got a dead or two. Alright, so for whatever reason, we've got a million frickin' doppelgangers in here. Fight for the rats, will ya? I love the dialogue in here because it's just so funny. It's like, filthy traitor, you're fighting for the rats! I actually don't remember whether these two are doppelgangers. So this is going to be kind of fun to... Because I'm going to be finding out. They say they're not doppelgangers, so they obviously can't be. For a solo Legacy of Baal run, ugh. I would definitely pick... I would pick probably a sorcerer if I was going to do a solo Legacy of Baal run. I would just do a flat out sorcerer and cry. The issue with Legacy of Baal is going to be the lack of damage, but from a practical perspective, that doesn't really matter. I wouldn't recommend if you're doing a solo run to be doing all of the content. Like, I've been trying to do like the majority of like the random wilderness zones and things like that. I wouldn't recommend doing that as a solo because that's just going to be a damn nightmare. And these things have bows. Skeletons making my life miserable. Oh, well, that escalated quickly. Okay. Yeah, solo Legacy of Baal is going to be pretty slow because you're not going to be able to bring you're not going to be able to bring DPS characters into the run, and so it's going to slow you down a lot. I would definitely put the frame rate up to 60 if you're going to do Legacy of Baal, just generally, because it's way more fun when everything's moving at double speed. Because otherwise things really, especially in the early game, but just generally, things tend to be a significant, that's just a slog. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. People have done it. So I'm pretty sure that people have solo Siege of Dragonspear plus SCS the entire series. So, I mean, you can do it. It's not too hard. It's just, you know, it's not going to be easy. Something on your mind? Dullard, insolent waif. Yeah, pretty sure that the term whelp is gender neutral. I'm pretty sure you could have just used whelp. You didn't need to do waif. Is it though? Am I wrong? Let me find out. I am going to cast images on her. Turn off the AI. I just want to take a look around. There's a lot of traps here, and I want to make sure he isn't getting killed. That said, well, I would like to make sure he isn't getting killed. I can't actually see his HP. Oh, yeah, I can. So he's at, like, almost full HP. Oh, Jesus! Hi. Okay, so we should be able to deal with this pretty easily. So this does I think either slashing or piercing. Let's see. So basically what's happening right now is we're currently in the catacombs beneath Candlekeep. We're not actually in one of the inhabited areas. So what's going on right now is either the doppelgangers were used, or Sarevok just lied and said that he saw us going through, because it doesn't seem like anyone actually, you know, gives a crap about evidence. So either doppelgangers were used to fake me going in there, or they didn't need to even use doppelgangers to do it, and they basically put me in prison. Then one of the people who, you know, actually knows us said, this seems a little ridiculous, and basically broke us out of prison by teleporting us into the catacombs. There's a set of wards around Candlekeep that prevent you from actually teleporting off the grounds. So he teleported us into the catacombs instead. But the catacombs is, you know, first of all, there's a bunch of undead there because Dungeons & Dragons catacombs always have undead. But beyond just having the undead, there's also all of these doppelgangers in here because presumably this is how they got in the first place. Like, this is presumably the avenue by which the doppelgangers got into the keep. That being said, the people above are not dead, as far as we know. The people upstairs are not dead. Doppelgangers are not undead. So that's an important thing to recognize. Doppelgangers are a aberration. Are they extraplanar, or are they from the prime material plane? I don't know which. But doppelgangers basically have the ability to mimic other creatures. And so what's happening down here is that these things are mimicking people that we know. But that does not mean that the people we know are dead. They don't need to kill someone in order to be able to mimic them. They just have to Unclear, actually. It's unclear. Hypothetically speaking, a doppelganger might be able to just read your mind and pick someone from there. Because, again, I'm pretty sure that they have the ability to read people's surface thoughts. So they could hypothetically do that. But they could also have just seen these people and are imitating random people in the keep. So some of the people that are being imitated are probably dead. Some of them are not. And down here, I would say that there's a decent... So as an example, the person that we saw upstairs who is being impersonated up there is almost certainly dead. That person is almost certainly dead because they don't have any reason to keep them alive. Okay, so going in with no armor seems like a great strategy. Let's do it. I'm not super interested in fighting all of these skeletons. But at the same time, there's like a really major fight that's 2 inches away from them, so what am I going to do, right? I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to fight this thing and hopefully kill it. Do you have Hold Undead? One of you does. You have Hold Undead. Okay. So we are going to go into this little room. This is just a doppelganger. So yeah. Is that the reason Elminster... What do you mean by Elminster doesn't evolve? I'm not clear on what you mean by that. Oh, so the reason that Elminster doesn't get involved is so Elminster is obviously a very powerful character, right? But he's also like the direct, like, chosen of the goddess of magic. And one of the primary elements of this conflict is that the gods are not allowed to interfere. So this is immediately after the time of troubles where basically the Overking of the gods decided that he was going to banish all of the gods and make them all mortal. And when with this whole ball spawn thing going on, the gods have been explicitly banned from interfering in this whole thing. As a result, Elminster, as the direct, like, you know, excuse me, the direct subordinate of Mystra, is, I think, also similarly not allowed to get involved, because he's basically working for her directly. Oh, no more elements that I'm just drow. And didst thou art not, thank goodness. As for this ragtag physique, thinkest thou that I would let anyone duplicate it without my express permission? I have it copyrighted, thou must know. Come, poor soul, let us leave this darkness behind and struggle towards the light. The three of us shall guide thee. Yep. What of the one who wears the face of my stepfather like a mask? I know him for dead, and only a American would haunt me so. It's okay, Severe, it's all right. I didn't die that night, nor have I yet. The blade that you thought slew me was treated with a magical poison. It left me a living soul and lively mind, imprisoned in a body that gave all of the appearances of death. The man you saw that night was Sarabak, and he was been in the keep for 3 days under the reverse alias Kovaras. Tethtoril kept watching him, but in our foolishness, we never thought he might have others with him. Please, child, I've loved you too much to lose you now. Elminster and I had suspected it for some time. With Saravok away from his lair, Elminster was able to locate your stepfather and bring him to safety. Forgive me, Severia. I would have told you earlier, but to raise your hopes only to see them dashed to pieces again, there's too much heart left in this bony cage for me to have done that. Please, child, sheathe thy weapons and sheathe thy madness too. Come with us, and we shall see thee at last to safety. Let's see. You said these are walls once soaked with innocent blood. By all that is good, Severia, what have they done to your mind to haunt you so? Your old friend Drappin lies tangled as in his own entrails. The foolish Fildia she ran down here to offer a mother's shoulder, and you butchered her like the monster you perceived her to be. The gods have no mercy on we ragged mortals, it appears. I'm a doddering and elderly fool for having let it come to this. There I stood, Elminster the arrogant, nudging and prodding, but never taking action. The most powerful mage in the realms reduced to a meager puppeteer. Listen close, Severia. With the help of the doppelgangers and some powerful magic, Saravok has encased thee within a vast and frightening illusion. I was unsure whether I could even penetrate it to reach thee. The time has come for a leap of faith, child. Thou must fling aside this foul illusion and let us lead thee back to reality where Saravok is fightable. If this is madness, then leave me to it. This is Sparta! Go mad if you will and feel the rasp of our claws against your mind. Yep, okay, so... They are really good. See, this is the way that I think that all of the doppelgangers should behave, right? Like, this is like... They're taking advantage of the knowledge that they have of these people that they're imitating. They're taking advantage of the knowledge they have of me. They're giving a completely plausible story, right? And the only reason that doesn't end up working, I'm actually... Let's see. Okay. So what did I screw up there? I guess I didn't cast Protection for Evil. And do I not have... I do have that equipped. Do I have a Slashing Girdle equipped? Yes, I do. Okay. Oh, I didn't have this active either when I started, I don't think. Okay, so I was like, why did I die so fast to a random doppelganger? But yeah, doppelgangers are really cool. I need to unleash some doppelgangers on my friends at some point. I would love to do doppelgangers as part of a campaign. The problem is that, you know, if I did doppelgangers, I think my friends might never want to play with me again, because if I'm doing doppelgangers, it's going to go very badly for them. I'm kind of a monster. That's not true. I'm a very kind and benevolent DM where only good things happen to my players and never horrible, nightmarish death like they deserve. But they do deserve it, oh yes. Oh yes. And soon they will perish. Okay, let's turn this off so we can... Boop. Okay, so it's still hasted. It's still going to be really scary. We're going to put mirror image on, and then we're just going to beat this thing up. I think we should be able to handle it with... ooh, we can cast Blur, too. Probably should remove the spell sequencer from my bar. So... -12 AC. Let's do this. So, luckily these things are relatively... they have a tendency to focus fire. So, as long as I have all my buffs up, I should be fine. It is kind of nice having a character that doesn't have to worry quite as much about RNG. the fighter clerics have to worry about getting hit by a 20. Well, it seems like doppelgangers in this, at least, are, like, able to cast spells. But I'm not entirely sure how doppelgangers work in D&D proper. I just don't know. My guess is that they are probably a little bit different than the ones in this. I know that they're a little bit different than the doppelgangers in this. What I don't know is like the specific details on their mechanics and stuff like that. So I would say that doppelganger is, it's an intelligent creature, and I could easily see them having class levels, right? So I don't know what the expectation is in terms of their abilities, and I don't know in this game. The doppelgangers actually like take on the abilities of the like person that they're emulating, right? So in certain sections of the game, you'll fight doppelgangers that actually like transform in combat, and as they swap through the various characters that they can be, they'll have different ability sets. But I don't know whether that's a thing that's accurate to the way the doppelgangers work in D&D proper or not. It might be, but I just don't know. Do I want to keep this? I do not. No, we want to take Spirit Armor. Okay, there's more than one here, so we're going to try to get one at a time. So, protection from evil just wore off. We got hit by a 20. Chop, 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 chop. But yeah, I would think that the most dangerous thing about doppelgangers is not their fighting. Like, a doppelganger fighting you is the least dangerous doppelganger. Doppelgangers are most useful when the doppelgangers turn the entire world against you, right? Like, doppelgangers are at their scariest when the doppelganger is calling the guards on you for something that you have, some crime that you have supposedly committed. Or when they are, imitating, some quest NPC and stuff like that. I don't think that a doppelganger can become the Slayer. The Slayer is not a humanoid, so the Slayer, I don't think they could become the Slayer. That's just not something they can do, I don't think. But I'm pretty sure that even if they are able to replicate the power set to a degree of whoever it is that they, pretend to be, I don't think that they're not going to they can't just get divine essence out of that, right? So the Slayer basically is a piece of a god. And so that's a totally different type of magic, and it's not about your abilities, right? So if you're imitating someone, you could cast spells because that's not really inherent to that person. It's just a skill that they learned. So if you just mimic their skill set, you can mimic that. You can mimic their fighting style. You can mimic things like that. Excuse me, hypothetically. When it comes to mimicking, like, I would say even like a favored soul or a sorcerer, that's where things get murky because it's actually sort of an inherent trait of the person It's not like something that you're just mimicking. And I don't think that you could mimic sort of like God death essence, right? By just copying like a ball spawn, for instance. And I could be wrong on that. Doppelgangers might have like a really versatile magic. Like their ability to replicate people is obviously magical, and it might have the potential to be extraordinarily powerful, right? I just don't know. I just don't know, because the whatchamacallit, there's certain things in Dungeons and Dragons that are not overpowered typically, but could very easily be overpowered. Like the hypothetical power level, if this thing were to actually, get the right circumstances, is ridiculous, right? And that's a very common thing in D&D. So I don't think that it's unreasonable to think that maybe a doppelganger could mimic some of those abilities. I don't think they necessarily should be able to, but it's an interesting idea. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what is entailed in this fight. So we're first just going to explore around and trigger all the webs, and then we will move on. Okay, I think that we're pretty set. Alright, so we've got blind, we've got hold person, we've got a lot of hold person spells. Do I want to send you first? Yes. Do I want to haste? Okay, I guess that answers that question. Okay, first of all, I need to put Remove Fear on my bar. I keep forgetting to do so. Remove Fear is a very important spell. Next, we are going to cast... This lasts a really long time, if I recall correctly. So I could cast Protection from Lightning to make myself immune to any lightning bolts that are going to get thrown around. I think I'm going to do that. I think it lasts like 1 turn per level or something like that. Five rounds per level. So not quite that good, but still pretty good. We're going to take our free action items off because we don't want to be free. And let's see, you can go ahead and stick. Alright, so now we cast haste. And we say, Yahoo! Leroy Jenkins! We're the mercenaries. I thought as much. You won't go by our band without a fight. Probably true, but we will get by you. Oh, yes. Let's see. Is there anything I'm saving for in particular? I'm not currently saving for anything in particular, because historically I haven't been making enough money to really be saving for anything in particular. But some things that I've been thinking about doing are, I need to get lights for my setup. So that's one thing that I need. Let's see. Anything that goes into it is something that I can put into picking up new games, things like that. Sort of just experimenting with things in that regard. There's a lot of things that I could hypothetically be picking up, but I am a miser. And so with me basically not really making any money, I haven't really been putting a huge amount of thought into it. But I should, because if I put more thought into it, then I can tell people, oh, hey, you know, here's what your donations can go to. One thing that it can go to, obviously, is art, because I have been starting to hire artists to actually get some art done for the channel. And that's costly, because art is, you know, art is not cheap. Except when it is. It can be cheap, but if it's cheap, then you're probably screwing over the artist. It takes a lot of work to do, and sometimes people don't like to pay artists for their labor, but I'm not one of those people, so... Well, that's a problem. So, all their saving throws are lowered, and, you know... I think it's time to just spam web. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm very, very uncomfortable with how this is going to go for me, but we'll see. Well, that went about as well as I would have expected. Okay, so we now know that they're going to be opening up with multiple invises. So what I think I'm going to do is I am just going to dive her in again, because she's basically like invincible right now. And we are going to actually give her immunity to hold, and then we're just going to dump webs in here. Are we going to dump webs in here? No, we're going to cast Greater Malice in, and then we're going to start dumping webs in here. Wow. 20 acid damage. What the hell did she just hit me with? Okay. So that was not expected. And it was on a 19, so I do have the ability to get better AC against that. And this is Girdle of Piercing. Done. So I should hopefully have an easier time handling their attacks now. Because we need to get a Malison out and a web. So... can't cast web. So Severia is gonna equip the ring. Okay. And that's all of them. So all of them are CC'd now, and we can just dive everybody in. Where's my sword? I love this sword so much, by the way. We have 3 free action items, basically. Okay, we are going to... It's now been at least a couple of rounds. We're going to dump another one in here. And they do have Greater Malison affecting them, so there's a very high probability of sort of just blowing them up here. Web is, you know, known for being awesome, right? Let's see. Oh wow, I mean, that would be amazing, Carefree. That would be that'd be huge. See, it turns out I just, you know, needed to be playing Baldur's Gate this whole time. That's the secret. Oh, give me all the... Ooh, there's a haste scroll. Ooh, was that Wraith form? Ooh, I think that was Wraith form. this. Boop.
Creatures of fearsome power lurk in such places as this.
Who said that? Tread carefully. You can get resist fear on the person who already has the ability to cast a better spell of the same type, because we're cool like that, and boop. Strength. So Ghost Armor is a pretty interesting spell. Technically speaking, okay, so Wraith Form is a 3rd level spell, lasts 2 rounds per level, and interesting, you get 25% resistance to magic damage. So this is a very powerful effect for a tank, and we're going to go ahead and slap that on. It's failure, and we don't have the ability to learn that, so okay, I guess we're done. We go ahead and take these arrows. No, I'm not gonna pick it up for you. Also, you didn't drop it. You're a dang liar. You didn't drop it, you just didn't pick it up. So this is a +2 throwing axe. And that means that Severia now has access to a ranged weapon. So that's a permanent ranged weapon for her. She'll be able to use that whenever she wants to smack things in webs or do whatever. Assuming that I have some reason that I don't want to be standing next to the enemies, which is becoming less and less likely as I get things like free action available. So we're not going to go fight these spiders over here. I just don't see much reason to. We do kind of have to fight this spider. You have to fight one of the 2 packs. And I guess we'll pick this one. Oh, Jesus. This is why you don't want your party to all be in the same direction. Why aren't you actually teleporting? Oh, Jesus! I hadn't gone into this room. Oh, jeez. Oh, bees. They're immune to web. That's not going to work. Blind? This one's blind. The sword spider here. Hey, buddy. We're using a Elves Bane, so that's going to be useful. And I guess Severia needs to get around to the Wraith Spider. She can hit it. She is not going to cast anything meaningful. We're going to cast a blind on this thing. Cast a blind on this thing. Did I blind it? I think I blinded one of them, right? Sword Spider's blinded. I like that. Okay, I don't think I hit that one. Okay, so this is I don't think I got this phase spider. I did now, so we can actually just pull back out. I can't pull out. She can't move. Oh, shit. Well, that means that I'm almost certainly going to die. She can't move. I don't know why she can't move. But it sucks. Okay, well... Poop shoot. Yeah. Alright, well, as soon as I realized that I literally couldn't move, I'm like, oh, well, this is actually legitimately over. There's no way I'm going to be able to survive this. Yep. Yeah, I moved over to Twitch, and I thought I released a video saying that I was moving to Twitch, but maybe I just said it on one of my live streams. I might have just said it on one of my random live streams and thought that I had made a video devoted to that. But yeah, I swapped back over to Twitch. I had originated on Twitch. I was doing Twitch originally, and then I swapped over to YouTube because the way that I wasn't... Before Amazon acquired Twitch, Twitch was very much kind of amateur hour in terms of the way that their actual like host processing worked. There were a lot of really serious issues with the way that the platform just functioned for people that weren't partners, right? So like I could get better quality streams for my viewers on YouTube, and so anyway, the whole thing, it was a whole thing. Then Amazon acquired them, and they started behaving better, and simultaneously YouTube basically squandered their competitive advantage on just really just dumb, like bad dumb ideas. Like they just didn't, they did a lot of stupid things. And so I ended up switching back. So yeah, so now I'm doing the Twitch thing, but I can put these videos up on YouTube, and I'll try to do a better job of uploading to YouTube from now on. Because I have been dropping the ball in that regard. So it depends on what you're doing. Whether it's easier to get viewers and money on Twitch or to YouTube. YouTube is optimized for Stephen Colbert. It's optimized for people who have an existing platform, an existing audience from somewhere else, and they bring it there. As somebody who's just like a nobody, it's much harder on YouTube. But if you're someone that does have a pre-existing audience, you are much better off on YouTube than Twitch, because Twitch does not have an algorithm, really, as far as I can tell. It's not about like viewing algorithms. It's all about, oh, well, here, this game that you're following, someone's doing that. You can watch it. So Twitch is more about like finding a space that people are interested in watching, but is not being effectively basically you're looking for an audience where there's a pretty sizable audience, but there's not really that many people who are actually streaming it. Well, that's not good. Oh, is she poisoned? Wait, how is she taking slashing damage from over here? Oh, did this one switch to? Oh, that's one. They both switched to melee. Whoops. We need to. Do we have? We do not. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to hope that they don't just randomly decide to shoot somebody else. They haven't been doing it, but I was pretty sure that they could. So I guess we'll just have to see. If she's fighting these, they are doing slashing damage. And let's see. Oh, so to answer your question about characters, I don't ever roleplay myself. I'm a writer, so I have a million characters to roleplay. Oh, I forgot to actually cast the protection from petrification spell. I'm an idiot. I have too many characters in my head to ever need to... Oh, did I save after I had cast it on her? Oopsies. Well. Isn't that unfortunate? I want to move the Scald over. Oh shit, it swapped. Alright, let's try to use a command on this. And it made it save. Let's see. And yes, I publish my books on Amazon. That's where they all are. So my pen name there is Latilya Savar, Altilya, new word Sivar. And the series that I have are The War of the Dead and Varan's Gambit. And The War of the Dead has 3 different novellas within it, so there's technically like 5 books on the platform, but 3 of them are the same as the compilation The War of the Dead. Let's see here. So I guess we're just going to send her in again, and we're gonna just blind them because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to not blind them at this point. Okay, that one's blinded. There we go. So that one's blinded as well. And that'll also increase our accuracy. Okay, we need to pull her back. I think there's a link in the description down below, but I'm not positive, but I think there is. So tell me if there isn't a link down there, and I'll link it for you. I'd have to find the link again. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah, a lot of the characters that I play as are in my books. That a lot of these characters are going to be represented. So, in The War of the Dead, Severia's in there. Silria is not, but she's in a different book. Let's see. Suri is actually just like Luri, I think is the name of the character in the setting. She's basically the same character. It's just this character was created before I had canonized her, or as an actual character, and decided I have way too many S's. I think I decided that I had too many people with S's as their first letter, and changed the name for the book. But I'm not positive on that. I'm pretty sure it's Luri. But anyway. Let's see. Kalisa is not in there, but Grillnesh is not. Actually, he's not in any of the books yet. He's in the book that I'm in the process of writing. Speaking of which, the book that I'm planning on actually getting some work done on today, I have to end reasonably soon. I'm going to have to end early today because of the fact that I am going out to get some writing done with a friend of mine. All right. It's about time you got here. It's Pratt, isn't it? I don't need to tell you that we must not keep the Sarevok waiting. I trust you did not have any trouble in there? He said that the monks fell over for the ruse and Severia was locked up, so he took the surface route out of the keep instead of meeting you in the crypts. We really must go if we were going to catch up to him. Yep, so what was the point of us waiting in the crypts again? The point? Did Sarevok not tell you? I suppose he might not have. He does have a tendency to only give information on a need-to-know basis. Hardly matters now, though. Monks of the Keep are firmly of the belief that Severia murdered the Iron Throne leaders with no provocation. Severia has been locked away, and by that time, they're sent to Baldur's Gate for trial. Sarevok will have full control of the city. Severia's fate will be his to decide. You and the band were not needed to guard the boss's escape route. After all, everything went as planned. Shall we go now? Alright, so, where exactly are we supposed to meet up with Sarevok? Back at the Iron Throne base in Baldur's Gate, of course. He has business elsewhere in the city, but no doubt we'll get our bit of coin if we await him there. There's still much left to be done, so I doubt he'll show for a while. The disgrace of Severia will make the road smoother, but we must still act fast. Sarevok is notoriously impatient. Let's get going. You really shouldn't be telling me this. I'm not who you think I am. I was the target of your scene. Well, you certainly seem like some sort of prat, if not the precise one I was looking for. I might have expected more guile from Sarevok's supposed most threatening enemy. Why he thinks you could stop his takeover of Baldur's Gate, I have no idea. Do you mind if I don't stay to fight? I'd rather more important things to be doing. We have a war to concoct, you know. No. They're cheap to buy because I think that's relatively standard price for the books of their size. So War of the Dead is, I think, 120 some pages long. As it? Oh, I guess I can just look. Give me a second. I actually don't have any copies in my book stand anymore. I moved them all. So so I don't know. I think it's 120 something. I think that Varan's Gambit is around 100 as well. So but at the very least, at the time when I published, it was sort of standard practice for self-published authors to just publish for, you know, $3 or whatever. Okay, well, I guess I'll do that then. Regarding a hard edition, I mean, I'd consider doing it if people wanted it. I'd have to figure out how to actually accomplish that, and I would probably want to get new art for it if I was going to do that. The art that I have for that book is it's good. I actually really like the art for the War of the Dead, but if I were going to do a hardcover, I would, because hardcovers are kind of like more of like a, there's sort of supposed to be like a, I'm trying to they're a more decorative item, right? To a degree, like there's something that I wouldn't want to put them out. Put one of those out with art that isn't like specially made specifically for that purpose. So basically, the person that I hired to do the art, I actually didn't hire them to make a piece. I didn't actually custom get a piece. What I got was a basically artwork that he had that was for a different author who basically refused to pay him, which he then has all this artwork and he basically like auctioned it off, right? So very talented artist, you know, very professional artist, knows what he's doing, but it wasn't like a custom piece, right? So for my purposes, I wouldn't do that as a hardcover, if that makes any sense. But if there's enough interest in it and I have the money to do it, I would definitely and of course I have the money to do it if there's demand for it, so people will buy it. You know what I mean? But book cover art is actually reasonably expensive. It's a relatively complicated whatchamacallit. It's a complicated process to get done correctly, and it's not cheap. So that's not something I would do on a whim unless there was more demand. But the more that I live stream, the more demand there seems to be for my books. So I should probably get off my ass and get back to writing and getting the other stuff, getting like the art and stuff set up for like a final version. So, I'm actually going to be meeting an artist today. Maybe I should talk to her about it, but probably not. It's fine. Let's see. So, we've just finished up here at Candlekeep, and we're now sort of progressing into the end game. I don't want to go into the end game without going to Durlag's Tower first. Oh, yeah, the punishments? Yeah. Yeah, I've started exercising again because I now have the gym that's right next to my house, so I'll go there and just do 20 minutes of cardio and stuff like that. So I am back to getting myself in shape, and I'm on board with doing the punishments. That we just need to figure out how we want to handle them. Exactly, because yeah, punishments are actually fun, but I need to figure out a way of doing the punishments that I don't kill myself by doing way too many of them. So I think since it's 10:30 right now, and I think I'm actually going to be ending it here because I have some stuff that I want to do before I leave, and I'm meeting someone later. Do I want to wait until 11 or 11:30? I think because the thing is that we just finished Candlekeep. I think this is probably the best place to end it because I don't want to start diving into Durlag's Tower right now and then end basically on the doorstep. I don't think that makes too much sense. Yeah, so I think I'm going to end here, and then next time I will have hopefully done some research, figured out what I wanted to do, and then I can continue on with this run. But thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure stream for today. Thank you again to Where Slime Lives. For some reason I read that as Where Slime Lives, which interesting grammatical interpretation on my part. But thank you again for the donation. And so thank you everyone for watching. And I hope to see you again next time. And I will the other thing I'm gonna do, I'm going to do this right after the stream. I'm uploading all of these videos over to YouTube. I'm doing it. Okay, later, folks.